Tonight, a primetime reveal from the president.
We are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream.
His vision for the year and success so far. Where will he try to lead Congress, the nation, and the world? Join NTD's Steve Lance and Tiffany Meier to track the president ahead of his speech. Reactions from lawmakers and in-depth panels on what it all means for you. Watch NTD's live special coverage of the State of the Union tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern only on NTD. Tonight, a primetime reveal from the president.
We are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream.
His vision for the year and success so far. Where will he try to lead Congress, the nation, and the world?
The world watching as the President of the United States steps before the nation once again.
We're tracking it all before, during, and after his speech.
This is NTD's special live coverage of the State of the Union.
And it starts right now.
And you're looking at a live shot of the White House where President Trump is getting ready for tonight's big address to a joint session of Congress in just 2 hours.
It's a pivotal moment for the president's America First policies, restoring economic strength at home as foreign conflicts continue to evolve globally.
And we'll be following him as he heads to the House chamber to outline his vision for the year ahead and as he reflects on his first year in office achievements. Right now, we're joined in studio by our panel, Billy Atwell, Chief Communications Officer at the America First Policy Institute, along with Democratic strategist Lori Watkins.
We also have with us former Virginia Republican Congressman Bob Good, as well as Democratic strategist Madeline Somerville, CEO of Georgia Trial Consulting.
And it is really an honor and great to have everybody at the table here with us. Now, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt earlier this morning previewing what President Trump will ultimately center his speech around. Let's have a listen.
Speech is going to be a celebration of the 250th year of America's independence. The First Lady will have 2 great children with her as part of her Fostering the Future initiative. The president himself has invited some extraordinary guests this year who, again, truly exemplify what it means to be a patriotic American, men and women who have served in our United States military. He'll also be telling the stories of everyday Americans who have directly benefited from his policies. One of them, Megan Hemhauser, who's a waitress from Pennsylvania. She and her husband are directly benefiting from the president's no tax on tips and no tax on overtime policies, which he, of course...
Billy, this is really unprecedented. Obviously, President Trump's second term. This will be his first State of the Union address. What are you expecting to hear from the president tonight?
I think he's going to help us highlight what happened this last year because it's been a very long year. There's been a lot that's happened. Even in the first 100 days, we saw all the executive orders come out. He was clearly prepared. He was clearly ready. And the 4 years between the first term and the second term were opportunity to build a war chest of the public policies that he's been implementing. So we've been seeing improvements in immigration, the economy. We've been seeing we're producing more energy than ever before, and we finally reset our trade relationships. I think he's going to highlight those, but also provide a path of unity forward. There's been a lot of political conflict. That gets in the way of good ideas getting implemented. So I think if he's able to subside some of those and probably bring people together, I think we can see a very productive year ahead, especially with the anniversary.
And Madeline, speaking of unity, another unprecedented aspect of tonight is the fact that there's roughly 50 sitting lawmakers that are not going to be attending. Do you think that this is a good look for the Democratic Party?
I think it's an interesting look. I think that what's worked with the Democratic base thus far is the fight. And that's where the standouts have sort of been showing themselves, like Gavin Newsom, Jasmine Crockett. They've all been demonstrating their fight. I think this is another representation of that. Will this go over well with the voters? I'm not so sure. I think that retreat is different from fighting, but at least it's a statement.
And Laurie, speaking of unity, though, we do know that the men's hockey team, Team USA, is going to be attending tonight. President Trump also invited the women's team after winning, of course. They had a scheduling conflict, it sounds like. What do you make of having Olympians there, and does that bring together a sense of pride and something that we can unite behind?
Well, thank you for asking me this question because, yes, it was noted as a scheduling conflict, but I don't think that it was a scheduling conflict. It was a very polite way of declining an offer after being humiliated by the President of the United States on a phone call when he was congratulating the men's team, just showing, again, that women are not equal in this country as far as many are concerned, and the President demonstrated that, so I think that's why that happened. But yes, showing unity. I was watching the Olympics like millions of other people around the world and Americans who feel a lot of pride in our athletes, in our country, in our representation, and more women than men won gold medals, by the way. I just want to add that in. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But you're also going to see some survivors that have been invited by Democratic members of Congress there. You're also going to see some individuals that have been caught up or arrested as U.S. citizens by ICE agents, and so those are going to be showcased as well.
And Congressman, give us a sense what it's like in the room. You know, you were there in the past, and what does it tell us who is or isn't in attendance?
Well, I had the misfortune of serving with Joe Biden during my 4 years, but I did attend all 3 States of the Union addresses that he did while I was there. But I want to respond to something ridiculous that was just said, that women are not equal in this country. We've had 2 women as the presidential nominees for the Democrat Party, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris. We've had a woman vice president. We've got more female CEOs around the country than we've ever had before. We've got more members of Congress, more governors, more senators. Women are more respected for their equality, obviously, that they possess than they ever been before in our country. That was a ridiculous thing to say.
Oh, we're starting off like this, huh? Let's go. All right, Bob.
Congressman, back to Tiffany's other question. What is the atmosphere like? Take us there right now in the room. Is there assigned seating? Is it first come, first serve? What is the atmosphere like?
Well, I'm not in D.C. anymore because I didn't really buy into what most people are into when they're in D.C. I used to get there late and stand up in the very back. I didn't even take a seat just so that I was afraid Joe Biden would put me to sleep, quite honest. I was afraid he would fall asleep, and maybe I would fall asleep as well. But members get there really early. They get there hours early. They're trying to reserve a coveted aisle seat just so they can be in that shot, shaking hands with the president so that constituents back home can see them. It's always a little interesting, when to applause, when not to applause. Do you politely applaud the president, even if you don't agree with the president? I would hope that we won't have, ugliness, that we saw some of that during the Biden administration. I was always respectful to the president, respected the office, respected the opportunity for him to come and address Congress. I didn't agree with hardly anything that he said, but I didn't express that in a negative or an ugly way.
On that note, Billy, we do know that there's going to be, I think the number right now is 72 Democratic lawmakers who aren't going to be attending. What do you think that says about the Democratic Party? Because often when you do see one side sitting there in silence, that is a message during the State of the Union address. But if they're not in the room to not stand up and applaud, what message does that send?
It's the people's chambers. It's not theirs. And so I don't know why they wouldn't want to be there, even to just be present for their own people, to show that they're representing their interests in Congress. So I think it's a shame that they aren't going to be there. It makes sense to disagree. There's going to be a lot of political disagreements in Washington. That's normal. We're seeing that at this table already. But we can be respectful. We don't have to be mean to each other. We don't have to be fighting like that. So I think if they were there, it would send a better signal to the country that they're willing to work for the betterment of the country and advance public policies that they think are in the best interest. And there will be disagreements. But it's the people's chambers, and I wish they would treat it that way.
And Madeline, let me ask you, following up on that point, the fact that, there's obviously a schism in deciding whether or not to attend the State of the Union among Democrats, we're also seeing and hearing reports that there's going to be more than one rebuttal. Mm-hmm. We're hearing, perhaps one from the progressive wing, one in Spanish, and then obviously the main one that's given by the newly elected governor of Virginia. Mm-hmm. Does this signal that there could be lack of unity within the Democratic Party?
I think that that's certainly not the intention, but it perhaps may be received that way. I think one of the things that the Republican Party is exceptionally good at is being unified. if you spend any time on X at all, you'll see that the second that the White House comes out with a message, every single congressperson will have the exact same one through and through. And that's one of the, I think, one of the reasons why the president has been so successful. His thing is messaging. And so I think that we should have a unified message. And if we do one in Spanish, and if we do have one from the progressive wing, I hope that it's the same one.
A lot to continue here, but first, the president saying yesterday that tonight's State of the Union is going to be a very long speech, as he has so much to talk about. Now, last year, setting the record for longest address ever given by a president to a joint session of Congress, speaking for 1 hour and 40 minutes, beating former President Bill Clinton's record of 1 hour and 28 minutes. We'll see if he surpasses his own record this year. We're now going live to NTD's Washington correspondent Meier at the Capitol, standing by before his address to set the stage for us. Good evening, Meier. What can we expect from the president's big speech tonight?
Hey, Tiff. Yeah, that's right. President Trump did say that yesterday, and I think we should take that at face value. His speeches do tend to err on the long side anyway. And the White House did preview the theme already this morning. It's America at 250, strong, prosperous, and respected. And Press Secretary Leavitt said that he'll be telling the stories of everyday Americans who have benefited from the president's policies, while also making a few new policy announcements. Let's take a look.
You're going to hear the president share tear-jerking stories of American heroes, past and present, who really exemplify what it means to be a patriotic American. He'll obviously tout the administration's accomplishments over the past year, and he will, of course, lay out a very ambitious agenda, I think, for the working people of this country to make America more affordable and prosperous and safe, and make the American dream more attainable.
Coming ahead of the midterm elections, where affordability is at the top of voters' concerns, President Trump is set to tout the passage of his One Big Beautiful Bill last summer and a core inflation that's at its lowest level in 5 years.
The last 3 months, we've had the lowest inflation we have had in over a decade. I'm going to make a State of the Union address on Tuesday. I hope you're going to watch. And we're going to be talking about it.
He's also expected to vow passage of the Save America Act, which would require voter ID and proof of citizenship to vote. President Trump has long called the 2020 election rigged, recently pointing to potential foreign interference from the Chinese Communist Party and saying that prosecutions are coming soon. He's driving home election integrity and his tariff strategy as necessary for national security.
I have a new one to add, voter ID. The Democrats don't want to give us voter ID because they want to cheat.
After the Supreme Court ruled against the legality of his emergency tariffs last Friday, President Trump has vowed to impose a 15% global tariff using other legal means. He's also threatening a much higher tariff on any country that he says, quote, wants to play games in the wake of the SCOTUS decision.
We are being ripped off by almost every single country in the world had some massive surpluses. China had hundreds of billions of dollars in surpluses with the United States. They rebuilt China. They rebuilt the army.
And Tiff, President Trump is also expected to highlight the global conflicts he's helped settle over the past year. That's as the U.S. reaches its largest military buildup in the Gulf, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio briefing senior members of Congress in the White House today about possible attacks on Iran. President Trump has repeatedly threatened military action against the Iranian regime if they refuse to come to the table about a nuclear deal. The White House is saying that diplomacy is always the president's first option, but that he's open to lethal force if necessary. Tiff.
Meier, quite a lot going on in the backdrop there, and we do know to expect last-minute surprises. It is a show after all, but who can we expect to be there? Or maybe more to the point, who can we expect to not show tonight?
Sure, that's exactly right. And I think, as you already mentioned, there are an historically unprecedented number of lawmakers who are boycotting his speech. It's already north of 70. And there are also counter addresses scheduled as well. People's State of the Union on the National Mall and the State of the Swamp at the National Press Club. Take a look.
And I'll just end with this. I would rather stick forks in my eyes than be here tonight to listen to Donald Trump talk about the State of the Union. But this is the people's house, and I will not abandon the people's house.
Well, listen, it's my expectation that members who choose to attend will be there in silent defiance, of course, skeptical of the remarks that the president is going to try to deliver in terms of his spin.
It's shameful that they would boycott an address. We don't do that. Republicans don't do that. It doesn't matter if there's a president from the opposing party. We don't skip out. Our constituents want and need us to be here. Every member of this House represents over 750,000 people. They're disenfranchised if you're not sitting in the seat to be a part of the role and the responsibility of Congress. I think it's shameful.
Meanwhile, President Trump welcoming the U.S. men's hockey team to the White House before they'll attend his State of the Union address. They're fresh off their win against Canada, the first win for the U.S. since the 1980 Miracle on Ice defeat of the Soviet Union. And Erica Kirk, widow of assassinated conservative activist Charlie Kirk, is one of President Trump's special guests tonight as he's expected to call on Congress to reject political violence against fellow citizens.
We've watched legions of far-left radicals resort to desperate acts of violence and terror because they know that their ideas and arguments are persuading no one. They know that they're failing. They have the devil's ideology, and they're failing, and they know it.
And Tiff, other notable guests include Claire Lai, daughter of Jimmy Lai, a Hong Kong free speech activist, independent journalist Nick Shirley, NASA's Artemis II mission crew, and the First Lady will have 2 children with her as her guests for her Fostering the Future initiative. Back to you.
All right, Mari, thank you, and we'll be sure to check in with you throughout the night.
And bringing our discussion back to our panel here, I want to start by talking about the Trump administration's public safety policies. Attorney General Pam Bondi recently highlighting the nationwide decline in violent crime. Here's a clip of the Attorney General.
The murder rate is down 21%, robbery down 23%, carjacking down 43%. Gun assault down 22%. Ag assault, burglary, could go on and on. Crime is declining. President Trump has given us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people.
Congressman, I could tell before we went to our correspondent at the Capitol, you may have wanted to respond to Madeline's comment about the echo chamber among conservatives. Is that true? And why do you think we're seeing such a precipitous fall in violent crime?
Perceptive as always. It just made me laugh when you hear Democrats. They'll say Republicans are the only ones that fight, Democrats don't fight, and Republicans will say, or conservatives will say that Democrats fight, but Republicans don't fight. And I think the unity thing is probably similar. It's my contention that you've got fight in the Republican Party between conservatives and moderates. Unfortunately, I happen to be a hyper-conservative, as you might know, having chaired the House Freedom Caucus, where in the Democrat Party, they may talk differently. Our governor, who's going to present the so-called moderate response to the president, she voted 99% with AOC and Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff and Maxine Waters. There's nothing moderate about the Democrats. There's no more Democrats in the Democrat Party. You can't get nominated as a Democrat. You can't win a primary as a Democrat if you're a moderate. So the Republicans are the ones that there's great philosophical or ideological division, if you will, between conservatives and moderates. That does not exist in the Democrat Party in terms of their actions.
Madeline?
That is so funny because I think actually there's a lot more diversity of opinion on the Democrat side than there is on the Republican side because everyone has to join the, I don't want to say cult, but the cult of Donald Trump, right? We have to get in line behind what his policies are. Before he was president, we don't want to join any foreign wars. We are for getting rid of the worst of the worst. And our policies all uniformly change. The things that we want to happen will just switch as soon as the president says so. And I think actually it's a sort of a testament to the strength of the Democratic Party to say that we are moving more so in one direction that's stronger than the rest because we're taking a stand.
You do know who you're sitting next to.
Indeed I do.
Well, what you are seeing, it's not ideological consistency, it's not lack of division on policy. It is true that because of the president and because of the power and the influence, the intimidation and the threats that he wields, that Republicans are afraid to stand up to him or to resist him. Look at what happened to a particular former chairman of the Freedom Caucus in 24. Mm-hmm. Look what's happening to Thomas Massie right now. So that is true. That is unprecedented. But that doesn't speak to the unity in terms of ideas or policy or philosophy. It does speak to the fact that the president does rule with an iron fist, and the speaker is 100% compliant with that.
Yeah. And Billy, going into the topics that led into the election, inflation, economy, and as well as immigration, many could argue that the border is now closed, but there's contention over how we're dealing with the people who are already inside the states. How are you reading that, especially that issue playing out tonight and maybe heading into the midterms? How is this a different political landscape now?
Well, I think we're seeing actual border enforcement, actual immigration enforcement. So we've had 300,000 deportations, 70% of which are criminals. They have criminal records here, and a good number of them have violent criminal records. The people in the border towns, they feel this the most because they're seeing the illegal immigration come through. You talk to ranchers who have been impacted by this, who have had their lands just eviscerated by illegal immigration. There are people on the ground that are really feeling this. So there's a lot of political fighting in D.C. about these issues, but there are people that are hurt by this. We had at the White House, there was an event for angel families, and CNN didn't even cover it. They didn't touch that. That is egregious. There are real people that have been impacted. They've lost loved ones. They have been raped and they have been murdered. And we don't hear their voices out there. Liberals don't talk about them. I don't know why they don't do that. They love to talk about someone who's deported that didn't have a criminal record. But what about the ones that were here illegally and they murdered somebody and someone's child is gone now? They never address that. And I don't understand. It is a total moral failing of liberals to not address that and take that really seriously.
Can I respond to that? Sure. So let's just be clear. 5% of the people who are currently in ICE detention have ever committed a violent crime, period. But when we stand up at the podium in front of all of the White House reporters and show pictures of all of the violent criminals, this is the narrative that you want people to believe, where actually less than 1% of the illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants, which are two different categories, that live in this country have ever even been arrested for any kind of crime. And in fact, 1 in 10 of the people who are currently in ICE detention not only haven't committed a crime, haven't committed an immigration offense. They're there and have done nothing wrong. They simply have an open immigration case. So I think that there's a lot to be said here.
And they weren't given due process. They weren't able to call a loved one. And some people were in there for up to 8 weeks for no reason. People have lost their businesses. People have been threatened to lose their children if they have custody situations. And the fact that this immigration system that Donald Trump is running is going after into courthouses, into schools, and targeting people that are here legally, that are in the process of becoming U.S. citizens and going and rounding them up. And let's not even forget the 2 U.S. citizens, the white two U.S. citizens, because there's been many others of brown and black races that have also been killed here in the United States at the hands of ICE agents that are U.S. citizens. That did not happen under the Obama administration. People like to make the comparison that he was the deporter-in-chief. Yeah, but do you see what's happening on the streets in our cities across this country? Did that happen under the Obama administration that I worked in?
Democrats ginning up the opposition like they are now. They weren't ginning up the opposition.
You
didn't have Democrat governors and Democrat mayors calling for violence against Obama's ICE or his border patrol.
That's a fun narrative.
The Democrats created this emergency where they brought in 15 million illegals on purpose, as many as they could during the Biden administration.
They're inhuman.
The illegal invasion they perpetrated upon the American people. These people were paying cartels thousands of dollars to come into the country. You had 2 to 3 million more criminal gotaways, the ones who had the terrorist ties, the criminal backgrounds, trafficking drugs and children, harm into the country. We're not deporting enough. Everyone who came here illegally should be deported. Absolutely. We ought to prioritize the most violent criminals. Only time will tell the harm that's been done to this country by those who are here because of the harm that was done by the Biden administration.
So
and Abigail Spanberger was all in on it, the so-called moderate, by the way.
That are there for their court date to become a U.S. citizen. What do you say about that?
1 in 10.
What do you say about that?
But what I'll
No, I'd really like him to answer because y'all never answer on that.
Tell you what, the Democrats never answer.
No.
How many people from around the world? In my 4 years in Washington, I could never get an answer from Democrats. When is enough enough? How many people in the world's 7 billion population that don't live in the United States have the right to come here? The Democrats believe that everybody around the world has the right to come here, legally or illegally, however you can get. You have the right to be here. And because they want to transform America. They don't believe in American sovereignty. They don't believe in American exceptionalism.
We let people in so they'll vote for
yes, they don't want to have proof of citizenship, and they don't want to have voter ID. Thank you for making my point for me. Thank you for making my point for me. Democrats don't want proof of citizenship or voter ID to vote only for one reason.
Yes. Wrong.
Billy, please. 2 quick points. You both just proved my point. You didn't address one situation where an illegal killed or raped a woman or a child or an American citizen.
You just did that. I was building off of what you said.
I did. But
why would I
said the left. You never
that?
even acknowledged
It
that.
exists. It's less than 1%.
totally wrong.
It exists.
Totally
It's less
wrong.
than 1%.
And the American people see that, and that's what they rejected. That's why Donald Trump
How
had a
dare
mandate
you
when he
say
came
that
into
we don't
office.
care about people?
I was
You
in the
didn't say it.
legislature.
I don't know it till you say
You
it.
just said it. I don't need to repeat it.
I was a
all right.
speechwriter in the legislature in Georgia when Laken Riley was murdered. I was there that day. I remember the morning after because I needed to write the speeches for the Democratic lawmakers who were going to go up and talk about it. Everyone cares. Everyone
I remember
cares.
the silence in Washington. I don't know
Here's
what was
the
going on in Georgia. They weren't talking about it in Washington.
Here's the problem. It's when you characterize an entire group of people for whom less than 1% have ever even been arrested for a violent crime as rapists, murderers, criminals, entering their mental institutions.
Right.
When you say this thousands of
Cartel
times,
leaders,
I'm a jury
members of
consultant.
MS-13.
I know that what the valued repetition. And when
Mayorkas
you do that,
admitted the
you know
2
what
to
you're
3
doing.
million criminal gotaways,
You know what
the
you're
ones
doing.
who evaded, who didn't surrender to Joe Biden's border patrol for the free health care, the free social services, the free education.
You just made that up.
You never can talk
All
about
right,
this
all right.
administration
Speaking
and what they're
speaking
doing.
of statistics,
Never.
Lori, the Department of Homeland Security has managed
Sure.
to locate 132,000 missing children. There's also been over 500,000 criminal illegal aliens that have been sent back, and you also have 2 million of them that have self-deported. In the process, is it worth it? Everything, all of the statistics that you're citing, is America safer because criminal illegal aliens have been sent back to their home countries?
The fact that criminals and illegal aliens have been sent back to their country, yes, that does make us safer. But you know what doesn't make us safer is the way that ICE agents that are masked, and in the state of Minnesota, I'm forgetting her name for a moment, the woman who was murdered, the legislator who was murdered. Okay? No, I'm using this as an example
She was resisting arrest.
No, I'm talking about the legislator who people posed as ICE agents went to her house, knocked on the door, and her husband and the dog were murdered. Melissa. I'm so sorry, I cannot remember her name at the moment. But that is the kind of things that people in the streets, when they see masked agents that do not identify themselves, and there have been numerous instances.
But what about those agents' safety when it comes to doxing and
a complete lack of local law enforcement support?
Why don't local law? Yeah, exactly. Why don't D.C. police and Virginia State police? Why don't they have masks on?
Well, they're not carrying
because
out
they're not
those type of-
acting like that. Because they're not running into, banging down doors and literally breaking into people's homes
talk about
or
doxing.
ripping them out of their cars. Just for saying, you look like a brown person, you look like a black person, where's your identification? Do you belong in this country?
Okay,
Show me your papers.
Show
Give me a
one
break.
instance where they've said, you're black, you're getting out of this car, you're Hispanic, get out of that car.
Oh,
That's
because
not
they're on
happening.
camera. That's why they
They're
don't
not
say it.
doing
They said
that.
it behind the scenes,
But
and
you
there
just
have
said
been
they do
numerous
say
reports
it.
of that.
You just said they do say
No,
it,
that's
and
the
now you're
racial
saying they don't say
profiling
it.
that they're doing.
A little honesty will help
Going
the
up to a
conversation.
car and asking a person to show their
Be
papers
honest.
when they're a U.S. citizen, and then they say that they're a U.S. citizen and show their paperwork, and they say that literally they're on camera saying, I don't care about that. Take them and rip them out of the car, throw them into a detention center without due process, without going in front of a judge, without being able to call a loved one to tell them even where they are, when their kids are at school waiting for them for the pickup, and they don't show up because they're in an ICE detention center as a U.S. citizen.
It's a complete
That
recipe.
is disgusting.
It's a complete recipe for disaster when the governor of a state calls law enforcement brown shirts and Nazis and fascists, and then the mayor of that city that is in question prohibits law enforcement from assisting and clearing streets so that federal law enforcement can do their job. It creates an opportunity where someone's going to drive a car into a federal agent, like it happened. Someone with a full-size handgun and an extra magazine is tussling with cops. That is an absolute recipe for disaster. That is because of liberal policies that do not want actual law enforcement. They don't want illegals to be deported. Even though they've broken the law, they don't have a right to be here.
Alex Pretty, I'm so glad you brought that up because the Republican Party, they only stand for the Second Amendment when it's convenient for them. And when a person has a concealed carry
I'm not saying he
permit
didn't have a
and
right
is
to have a
not
gun.
using
He
his
didn't have a
gun,
right to interfere
it was
with law
in
enforcement.
his pocket. He never touched that weapon. Then, do you see the NRA members out supporting and getting behind that? No,
Does he have a history of violence toward ICE officers?
Absolutely not.
You didn't see the video
I
when he
saw
was
the
before?
report that's ridiculous that he was out
on camera.
at
You saw him on
protest
camera being
2
violent
weeks
prior
before.
to this.
Okay. The taillight off.
All right.
So he deserved to be
agent's
killed
vehicle.
2 weeks later? So a prior incident.
I don't know why
2
you would
weeks
say that he
later-
deserved to be
2 weeks
killed.
later, he deserved to be killed.
I don't know why you
I'm
would
going
say
by
that.
the
You have no
incident
argument.
that happened where he was killed.
But it is
Okay,
true.
we
We don't surrender.
We got to hold it here for just a second, guys. We're going to toss it to a quick break, and we'll be back with plenty of more discussion as we pan out to a live look of the White House right here in Washington, D.C., where the president awaits to leave and depart for the Capitol to give his first State of the Union address of his second term. Stay with us.
What if kids in America didn't have to go to bed hungry tonight? What if our moms, dads, and grandparents could put healthy food on the table every day to help us grow strong? What if all of our friends and neighbors had fresh food too, and there was no hunger at all in America? And what if there was a way today for you to help? Call now or go online to helpfeedingamerica.org and give $19 a month, just 63 cents a day. So many of us don't have enough food to eat, but your monthly gift means families across the country and in your community can fill plates with food. Kids can get healthy meals year-round, even when school's out, and our neighbors can have fresh food. Food that moms, dads, entire families need to thrive. But right now, more people are facing hunger. Feeding America works from coast to coast with partner food banks, food pantries, and meal programs. It takes all of us to make that happen. Will you help too? Please call the number on your screen or go online to helpfeedingamerica.org and give just $19 a month, and we'll send you this free canvas grocery bag. It's our way of saying thank you for helping to end hunger for our neighbors. Because no kid, no mom or dad, nobody should go hungry in America. Nobody. So what if today was the day you could help nourish futures for our friends, our families, for all of us? Ending hunger is possible. What if we end it together? Call or give online today at helpfeedingamerica.org and your gift can be doubled. Thank you.
Being a cowboy, I don't know anything different from when I was 3 or 4 years old. I did tough things. I thought everybody needed to do tough things, and if you didn't, I didn't have time for it. I had a very successful career at a very young age, and life was fast. I was preparing physically. I wasn't doing anything mentally on the inside. And then I got hurt. I wanted to be better as a person. And I really dug into mental health. I start my day with 20-minute workouts. I live life 8 seconds at a time. Horses are so therapeutic. They know what you're feeling. When you're nervous, they're nervous. You won't say it back, but we're pals. I take a lot of responsibility in taking care of my kids, my family, being there for them. You're gonna have tough days. Everybody does. Find a place to stop and just breathe. Love your mind.
And that's a live look at the nation's Capitol building, where in just a few short moments, about an hour and 27 minutes, the President of the United States will address a joint session of Congress. And joining us right now is Senator Tuberville of Alabama, who is at the Capitol right now. Senator, thanks so much for joining us. What do you expect the president to focus on this evening in his first State of the Union in this second term?
Well, you know he's going to talk about the positives. I hope he compares his first year to what Joe Biden did his first year. Joe Biden's first year was a complete disaster, whether it was our borders, whether taxes, whether it was our economy, spending too much money. But President Trump's got a lot to talk about. He's got a lot to brag about. But I hope he kind of brings people together a little bit and saying, listen, we need people to work together up here to get more things done. Right now, we as the Senate, we have done really one thing. We have got the big, beautiful bill passed, which was huge. But President Trump has executive ordered almost everything else. We have not made a lot of progress. We need to pass the SAVE Act and all those things. But going back to President Trump, I think he's got, again, he can boast about what he's done. We've got a lot of hard work ahead of us. And again, I hope it's a civil night. You hear things that the Democrats are going to pull and try to interrupt President Trump. They tried to do it last year. But again, at the end of the day, this is not just about President Trump. This is about our great country. It's about the American people. It's about the good things that are happening because of what President Trump has done. But he's got 3 more years to fulfill all the mission that he ran on to be elected this second time.
And Senator, we're hearing right now that the president's motorcade has just arrived at the Capitol. What would you say are some of President Trump's biggest achievements that he may be focusing on tonight?
Well, definitely number one is the border. I mean, it was an absolute disaster. I went down there several times, and you'd almost get run over down there by the people coming across. They were lifting up fences. They were letting everybody come in, not vetting anybody. Again, around 15 million people at least. They said 10 million. It's got to be at least 15 million. And then, of course, my first 2 things that I really voted on here was try to block some of the things that they were trying to do. They spent $4 trillion my first 2 years here that we shouldn't have spent. They called it the CARES Act. COVID was over with. All they did was take that money, send it to the blue states, and pay off the bills for all these blue mayors and governors that had gone bankrupt. And again, they did the Infrastructure IRS Act and RA Act, and it was nothing but climate change. And so we spent so much money up here during the Biden administration. We're having to spend money now just to get back to where we were at, but President Trump is saving money. The tariffs were working. They'll continue to work because most of the people aren't going to pull the tariffs back. But again, there's a lot of good things that President Trump can talk about. He can even talk about, Venezuela, helping out the Western Hemisphere. I'm sure he'll go after NATO a little bit about the disaster they've had with their migration problems. But again, we're so much better off right now than we were this time last year, and we've got 3 more years with President Trump.
And Senator, before becoming a United States Senator, in your previous life, you were a famed football coach, a big sports guy. What is the buzz right now around Team USA bringing the gold medal back and joining you all tonight at the Capitol? Is that going to be a moment of unity for the country, do you hope?
Yeah, I think President Trump, would normally be the headliner here tonight, but it's actually going to be the hockey team that won the gold medal. What a great day, and what a great achievement these young men made. And again, for them to come tonight and be able to come in front of the country, there's a lot of people going to watch this tonight, and I think a lot of them are going to watch, maybe not just watch President Trump and all the positive things he done, but to celebrate with the hockey team. I can remember the miracle back in 1980 or so, when it was a miracle on ice. Well, this was a miracle also, and it brings tears to your eyes how these young men have grabbed a hold of that gold medal, won it for the entire country of the United States of America, and boasted about how much they're proud to be Americans. And I hear so much negative up here from a lot of these Democrats, but it's going to be good to see these young men here boasting about what they did, and they rightly so can do that.
Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville, greatly appreciate you joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And bringing it back to our panel in studio here, I want to turn to foreign policy, as President Trump's foreign policy has been on display on the world stage with military action in Iran, Venezuela, potentially another strike in Iran. Let's bring our panel in to discuss here. I want to start first, though, with some sound. You had White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt today saying that President Trump is willing to use lethal force against Iran. Let's hear that quickly and then react.
President Trump's first option is always diplomacy, but as he has shown, he is willing to use the lethal force of the United States military if necessary.
And Congressman, I want to start with you because there's been quite a lot of focus, I want to say, on foreign policy this year. Normally there's not much on foreign policy, there's not much attention on it, but we did have Operation Midnight Hammer last year on Iran with the, what was it, like a 10-day war? That's what it's been described as, and now we're looking if there's going to be more strikes on Iran. How are you reading this, and if President Trump talks about that tonight, how will he convince the American people that this is in their interest?
foreign policy has a way of making it to the top of the priority list based on circumstances around the world. These are complex issues. They're not simple. And again, foreign policy has a way of making itself the most important thing. The president's most important role is commander-in-chief. The most important responsibility of the federal government is the safety and security of the country. With respect to foreign engagements, foreign entanglements, I think that the key needs to be eliminating the threat to the United States, protecting our national security interests. So as it applies to Iran, I like what the president did last summer. I like the result of the 12-day war, the intention of that to eliminate the nuclear capability, or at least to mitigate or to reduce it or set it back. I was a little concerned that there was some proclamations that, hey, it's been obliterated, totally eliminated. Then we wouldn't need to do anything now if that were true. And I thought that was a little bit premature to say that. But that's what needs to be our focus. I'm very concerned when we start talking about regime change. It needs to be organic from the people within that country. Otherwise, how do you sustain it? Do you maintain a presence there forever? So I don't want us to get involved with regime change in Venezuela. I don't want us to get involved with regime change in Iran. But I do appreciate the president has focused the military on readiness, effectiveness, lethality, to be the biggest, baddest fighting machine in the world so that nobody wants to challenge us. The president's done great work. They're not focused on DEI anymore, LGBT issues, or the military's not focused on climate and sustainable fuel and electric vehicles. They're focused on being the baddest military in the world so that no one wants to challenge us. And so, again, we need to focus on the threat, but not engage in regime change.
And Madeline, I want to get your thoughts on that, because we did see, in the early days of this latest one, where there was a lot of protests on the ground, many people standing up, calling for basically an overthrow of the current regime on their own terms. We did see President Trump putting out words of support, where many of the people who did grow up in Iran, who have fled and now live in America and other places, were saying, we've never seen the U.S. stand up for Iranians like that. How are you reading that? And if there are limited strikes, which is what we're hearing so far, how is that going to play out?
I think it's very interesting because normally my initial reaction would be, I don't want to have to deal with regime change, and that this would be a broken promise from the president to his supporters. But I do think that the Democrats might hurt themselves if they don't acknowledge, at least, that in these two countries that we've recently engaged in battles with Venezuela and with Iran, that the people there want the help. At the very least, we can acknowledge that. Now, do I think that it's done for different purposes? Absolutely. Do I think that we should acknowledge that the fact that the sanctioned oil, the path that it goes is between Venezuela and Iran? Absolutely. Those are all things that need to be addressed. But I at least appreciate that we're not doing what we would have done with Greenland and going into a place that doesn't want us.
Now, Secretary of State Marco Rubio recently receiving high praise from the speech that he gave at the Munich Security Conference. I believe we have a soundbite of the Secretary. Let's have a listen.
Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration, driven by a vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength.
So, Billy, it's been said that President Trump has front-loaded a lot of his foreign policy agenda in this first year, really packing a lot in there. How meaningful do you think his work has been with regard to foreign policy, and what are some of his biggest wins?
Well, it's critical that he did that. In order to rebuild our economy, we had to fix our broken trade relationships, in addition to securing our southern border. But those trade relationships were one-sided. There's an old phrase, you teach people how to treat you. And we were getting abused by our allies. We were getting abused by our enemies. And that era is over, and that is quite clear. So when we're engaging in either a military action or something else, it's got to be done with an America First mindset of what's best for the American people. If strengthening an ally is going to clearly benefit us, great. But if we're doing it just for their benefit, that isn't an objective the U.S. should take on. That wouldn't be an America First mindset.
Lori, do you think that foreign policy has much of a domestic impact in terms of moving the needle one way or another within our country?
Absolutely. But I think right now, the American people are not really interested. They're seeing what's being covered on the news. They are mindful and aware of what's happening around the world. But people care about what's happening in their own homes. The fact that they cannot afford health care, the fact that they cannot afford a home, the fact that most people that want to buy a home, the average age now is in the 40s. That is not where I ever thought it would be as a person growing up in this country. And the fact that people cannot afford to live, that energy prices are going up, the fact that you can't go to the grocery store now without everything feeling like it's at least 10 to 25% higher, because it is. That's what the American people are really hoping for tonight, that this president talks about. That's every single person I talk to. They're like, less on the foreign policy, less engagement around the world, stay focused on what's happening here with the economy. And Bob mentioned that there's going to be much talk tonight about foreign policy, et cetera. But again, that's not what the focus should be. And the people are going to say, what about me? What about the military members, their sons and daughters that are going to have to go into these conflicts? The airport in Beirut, Lebanon today, a source sent me a video. There were hundreds, if not now in the thousands, of U.S. soldiers that are getting ready and posted around the world. So to say that there are not any boots on the ground, in my opinion, is fanciful. And the last thing I'll say is I think that this president, unfortunately, has turned foreign policy into privatization.
We do know that beyond foreign policy, there will be a lot of talk about domestic issues, including the president's policy, no tax on tips, where somebody will be in the audience talking about that.
There's a lot on that. I do think one thing that's been quite interesting is when, President Trump was running and focusing on America first, there was a lot of concern that meant isolationism, especially for our allies around the world. Many people are saying that's not been happening. They might be feeling a little on the edge, though we've seen a lot of different headlines coming out of a lot of different nations. Congresswoman, I want to bring you into this conversation, though. We've heard President Trump repeating a lot about peace through strength, kind of heralding back to the Reagan era. How do you see that playing out? Has he been successful in that regard?
Well, the president has appropriately, he's the only president to really push NATO, for example, to raise their defense spending, to come to the required 2.5%, 3%. Now they're talking about going to 5%. He's pushed Europe and NATO to take on more of a role in supporting the Ukraine war than depending on the U.S. or expecting the U.S. to do that. The president, though, has stopped letting other countries take advantage of the United States. I think that is a positive thing that he's done. He's withdrawn us from the WHO, which I think is a wonderful thing. He has appropriately criticized the UN, which has become basically a tool of communist China, and is often adversarial to the U.S. interests. He started a competing peace board. We'll see how that works with respect to Gaza or what have you. But the president, again, has appropriately focused the military on what its primary purpose is, or really what its sole purpose. It only has one purpose. That's to defend and to win wars when necessary. He even changed the name of it to the Department of War instead of the Department of Defense. But we do need friends around the world. We do need friends around the world. We do need allies in the sense of common interests. I think it was George Washington who said, no, there are no permanent allies, just permanent interests. Well, we do have permanent interests, but I think the president is appropriately asking other countries to step up. And he tells them, hey, they ought to be, Germany first, or France first, or UK first, or India first, or whomever it would be. The United States should be America first as well.
Madeline, bringing you into this conversation, we've seen, at least with Rubio's speech in Munich there, it was quite well received. A lot of the European leaders afterwards saying it was a very reassuring message, quite different from Vice President J.D. Vance's message a year ago, earlier in that same venue. How do you see that kind of message being perceived by our allies when they're trying to read what the Trump administration is?
Quite frankly, I was shocked at the reception that Marco Rubio received. I paid a lot of attention, actually, to J.D. Vance's speech the year before, because as a former tech investor, as somebody who had worked in that arena and promised to make sure that the tech fields weren't going to impede upon our lives too much, when he said that he was going to deregulate as much as possible, it scared the heck out of me. But in this most recent speech from Marco Rubio, I found it disturbing. I found it extremely disturbing. It harkened back to the president's inaugural speech when he was talking about manifest destiny. And now he's talking about the John Roe doctrine, right? And which has been completely misconstrued, right? The Monroe doctrine that they were referring to originally was about not spreading any more than the countries already had. That all the countries we're done spreading, we're done colonizing. And I think that what's been clear to me throughout the speeches that Rubio has given and through the actions that Trump has taken is that we are in a new phase of American imperialism. And I know that those words, imperialism and colonization, have sort of pricking points in people's brains where they get very upset because, you know, the liberals have taken it too far. And that's very difficult for someone like me who's in a position of saying, please listen, because they're telling you what they're about to do. When folks say to me, oh, you're going too far with this, you're worried too much. They're saying exactly what they're about to do.
And believe them.
Believe them.
Billy,
Billy, on that note, though, very quickly, we do know from the national security strategy last year, there was a big focus on the Western Hemisphere, or as President Trump has coined, the Don Roe Doctrine. We've seen that play out with Venezuela, maybe Cuba, perhaps, focus there. But it does look like a lot of that is focusing on Chinese influence in America's backyard. There was a lot of that there. We did know a lot of Chinese support in Venezuela, obviously with Cuba as well, especially now with the energy needs that they have. China's the one standing up being like, we'll help Cuba. How are you reading that and that threat to national security here at home?
Previous administrations clearly underappreciated the threat of having narco states that were, and not just narco states, but states that are really run by other interests. And so you've seen China really proliferating its investments and interests and taking on debt from from countries in Central and South America. And that's for a reason. They're not nice. They're doing it for the control that they can get out of that. And so Venezuela was a unique situation in that you had the president of a country is the narco leader of the country. He is the cartel. We're seeing that in Mexico, frankly. That's why there's a war going on between the Mexican government, one cartel, and another cartel, CJNG. And we're seeing the role of China continuing to be a problem, not just in terms of like physical threat, but obviously the cyber terrorism that goes on, the cyber threats, and trying to infiltrate all our infrastructure and our technology industries. It's a major problem, and we cannot underestimate the threat that China poses, especially as we're in an AI war, right? If we are not first and better at AI and use it to protect people, to protect children, to protect national interests, we're going to have a real problem.
I do just want to point out quickly, though, that China has a tremendous amount of regulations on their AI in terms of development, in terms of ethics, and that's something that this administration wants to get rid of.
China has regulations on
AI in a way that America does not want to have.
That is like, no, that's acting as though China's an honest actor and they follow their own rules. They can set out whatever frameworks they want. They can state policies and laws, but they break whatever they want to.
I agree, but at least it's something. You know, the Trump administration said that they don't want, not only do they not want states regulating AI, but they've got people like Peter Thiel with the ear of the president saying we don't want to regulate AI. And in fact, that was just what I mentioned earlier. We're talking about J.D. Vance's speech last year. He specifically said, other countries, if you want to join us as we become the leader in AI, as we now have a AI and crypto czar in the White House, then you cannot regulate us.
I mean, to treat China like an honest broker when they've stolen in excess of billions of dollars of intellectual property, are we going to really take them at face value?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying that
guardrails on AI.
No, I'm simply saying that there should be guardrails on AI. That's all I'm saying.
There absolutely needs to be, because that's how you protect people from the technology. So there's a delicate balance that's very hard to find, and I don't think anyone's got it right now. But the goal is to have enough regulation that is not dangerous, but it's deregulated enough that it can proliferate and it can benefit our industries and be used to, the government's using to detect fraud. We're seeing all kinds of waste within SNAP and welfare, and they're spotting it because they're able to use these tools that can comb enormous data sets. So there's a delicate balance, and it's hard to say if either side's got it exactly locked down. But I believe we have a president that is very interested in finding that balance and doing it for the benefit of the American people. That's what we need.
We just have to pause the discussion here for a moment. And coming up after the break, from deregulation to bolstering Americans' supply of critical minerals, we'll speak with Congresswoman Harriet Hageman of Wyoming about why President Trump's energy policy is so important. Stay tuned after the break.
Imagine a coffee that cares for your health. Expertly fermented with a 50-enzyme complex to enhance flavor and remove bitterness. Small batch roasted to a decadent medium dark, resulting in a brew that is gentle on digestion, low acid, and up to 90% less caffeine than regular coffee. America's first enzyme fermented coffee today.
Shenyun Creations, the streaming platform from Shenyun, featuring world-class dance, past programs, and all original music. Masterclasses, behind the scenes, comedy, and more. Explore shenyuncreations.com.
When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without a high school diploma. My name is Ariel, and my entire life changed when I took a chance and I got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every step of the way, helping with my English and math, making sure I pushed through all the challenges.
So Ariel, we made this here because for you. It has notes from other people that are here. Your achievement has set an example for so many students. Most importantly, your daughter.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
If you love them enough to crawl into a play place to get them to come down, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're in the right car seat.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
And there's a live look at the nation's capital, where in just about an hour, President Trump will be giving his first State of the Union address in his second term. Welcome back to NTD's special coverage of the 2026 State of the Union address. Now, President Trump has launched a series of initiatives aimed at bolstering America's mineral supply and reducing reliance on China. Joining us now to discuss live from the Capitol is Representative Harriet Hageman. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being here. Great to have you with us. First, very quickly, what do you expect President Trump to focus on in his State of the Union address tonight? And what do you think are some of the biggest achievements of his first year back in office?
Oh, I think that he's going to summarize everything that he has accomplished in the last year with a Republican-led Congress. And I think that one of the most important things that he has done is focusing on energy independence. National security is energy security. And the reality is that Wyoming is one of the top energy producers in the nation. And the policies that he has put in place, the bills that he has signed in that regard, have definitely improved the condition, not only in Wyoming, but for America as a whole.
And Congresswoman, I want to dig into that because President Trump has made it clear that it is important for the U.S. to acquire rare earth minerals. Now, as a member of the Subcommittee on Mineral Resources yourself, how will securing these help the U.S. economy?
Well, we actually had a hearing of that subcommittee just today talking about the various pieces of legislation that we need to be adopting to make it so that we can streamline the permitting process. I am actually a sponsor of the ORE Act that would actually allow us to do more exploration and processing right here in the United States of America. Again, we should not be dependent on China or other rogue nations to be providing these critical minerals to us. We have the resources right here in the United States. Wyoming has a variety of deposits. In fact, I know that Minnesota, you can look to Alaska, Alaska. And again, what the president is focused on is affordability, reliability, and he is focused on the national security interest associated with energy production. And that actually includes rare earth minerals. I mean, in a modern society, those are the resources that we need to be developing domestically in order to make sure that we are securing our grid, that we are protecting our national defense, that we are protecting our military assets. It is all part and parcel of the same thing. And the fact that he has recognized this and been willing to actually make it the forefront in his administration, I think speaks volumes. And I hope he talks about that tonight.
And Congresswoman, in terms of energy, in May 2025, President Trump signed a series of executive orders aimed at boosting and deregulating nuclear energy. How will promoting nuclear energy boost American energy independence?
Well, again, I think that we have been kind of behind the times in terms of nuclear energy. Wyoming is one of the, if not the top uranium producer in the nation right now, and we have been for quite some time. This is something that, again, I think that America and some of the other countries around the world have really been left behind in terms of pursuing this. And that executive order and what he's done in that space is very important. But the other things that we've done is we have worked on the deregulatory front, and I think that that's clear with the Congressional Review Act resolutions that we have passed. We have now passed and had signed into law 20 different Congressional Review Act resolutions that reverse the horrific Biden administration policies related to production of our energy resources in the United States, in Alaska, in North Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, really across the board. So we have worked hard and we've worked hand in glove with the administration to make sure that we are rolling back some of those terrible regulations so that we can move forward into the 21st century and actually be producing the energy that we need, including uranium.
And very recently, Congressman, the Trump administration rescinded a 2009 ruling called the endangerment finding, impacting the EPA's emissions requirements, especially for cars. How does this fit into the president's broader plan for the nation?
So I have long been an advocate of reversing the endangerment finding for two primary reasons. One, there's no statutory basis for it, and the other one is that there's no scientific basis for it. This is one of the, I think, the classic example of federal government overreach, with the EPA essentially adopting a regulation with trillions of dollars of impact affecting every single person in the entire United States without Congress ever even weighing in on the issue. It's very clear to me that the Clean Air Act does not allow for or provide for the endangerment finding, number one. But number two, just what the Supreme Court ruled last week, this is a major questions issue. It is not for unelected bureaucrats to be adopting regulations of this magnitude without congressional input. And so I was very excited. I have been advocating for the reversal of the endangerment finding. And in fact, I believe I visited with Lee Zeldin even before he was sworn in as the head of the EPA, that this is something that needed to be done. This is going to unleash the manufacturing. This is going to unleash our energy industry. This is going to this is a game changer of gargantuan proportions in terms of what this is going to do for our small businesses, our manufacturers, and again, energy prices in the United States. This is an incredibly important move that they have made. And I think that ultimately it's going to be determined that the endangerment finding never did have a factual, statutory, or scientific basis for that finding.
And Congresswoman, as you've been saying, the president has been changing certain environmental regulations to boost American industry and energy. Now, with coal being a big part of Wyoming's economy and your district, do you think this will have the desired effect?
Absolutely. In fact, when I was talking about the Congressional Review Act, one of the most important Congressional Review Act resolutions that we have passed this past year during the 119th Congress was nullifying the Buffalo RMP Resource Management Plan, and we did that pursuant to the Congressional Review Act. That was an incredibly significant decision from the standpoint of both Wyoming and the United States as a whole. Wyoming is the largest coal producer in the nation. We produce about 250 million tons a year. We saw with the storms just this last week that oil and gas and coal were the reasons that people were able to keep the lights on and keep the heat on. It wasn't because of wind. It wasn't because of solar. It was because It was because of affordable and reliable energy. That's exactly what coal is, and that's why when you have things such as the CRA that we did on the Buffalo RMP and the Miles City RMP, those are game changers for what we can do in this country. We're going to have to be able to produce energy to power our economy into the 21st century, and this is part and parcel of that. Coal is a critically important resource that we have an abundance of, and we need to make sure that we're accessing it and we are providing affordable and reliable energy to the American citizens.
Well, Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And right now, I believe we could pull up a live look of what's happening inside of the Capitol as the president makes his way in for the speech. That is a live feed of Statuary Hall, which we have the former congressman here with us. Congressman Good, talk to us about this location right here. How close is this to the House chamber, and what's taking place on the screen right now?
We're so blessed to live in this country. We're so blessed to be Americans, and the things that we have in this country that you can take for granted if you don't consider what the rest of the world is like. And Statuary Hall, you take someone who's never been in the Capitol the first time, they go into Statuary Hall, which is magnificent with the statues, obviously, with the historic figures, but it looks like it might be the dome until you go into the Capitol dome itself. And so the Statuary Hall is right between the House floor and the Capitol dome itself. It's an exciting time during this lead up to the presidential address here, because everybody has their guests who they brought with them who maybe never been in the Capitol before, certainly never been to a State of the Union address before, and so it is an exciting, interesting time.
And so that is a look inside of the Capitol right now. You see a lot of the press there gathering. Everybody's sort of on the lookout. Is the president expected to make his way through here before he enters the chamber?
He will not come through there until just before you hear the fella say, Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States. So you don't see him in that area, no, until that moment that he walks through the door. So the members of Congress, unless there's a private meeting with some leadership or what have you, they're not going to see the president until the people see the president when he comes through the door, other than those who are assembled to walk behind him as he comes in.
It's fascinating stuff there as it zooms out. You get a nice look of all of the statues and the significant pieces of American history, as the congressman pointed out. In the meantime, we're going to bring the discussion back to the panel. The American people are concerned about the kitchen table issues of money, as you had pointed out, as well as health. And this is something that the president has talked a lot about. Another thing that he's talked a lot about is faith. When you look at what he did, he established the White House Faith Office when he first took office, and then he went on shortly after in May to establish the Religious Liberty Commission through the Department of Justice that has had multiple hearings on various issues. He stated that the freedom of religion means the freedom to practice your religion proudly, publicly, and without fear of persecution. I think we might have a soundbite of the president.
Our country was founded by pilgrims and believers, and every generation since, Americans of faith have built our communities and forged new industries and enriched our country by millions and millions of people and ways. Now we have to bring religion back into the country, and we're starting to do that, I think, at a very high level.
Billy, talk to us about the significance of these two offices, one being the White House Faith Office and then the Religious Liberty Commission that has been established through the Department of Justice, and some of the work that they've been doing.
Well, one is symbolic in that it just demonstrates that this is something that matters in our country. It's mattered since the beginning. There's a reason above the speaker chair in the House chambers says, "In God we trust." It's inscribed into the wall, and it should always be there because that is who we should trust. As much as, parties come and go, politicians come and go, but God is always there, and we should rely on him. And it's particularly important that we focus on religious liberty. Catholic Vote tracked that I think it was something like 500 Catholic churches, just using that example, 500 Catholic churches were attacked in recent years. I was actually working for a Catholic diocese at a time when there was arson committed at one of our churches, and there was spray paint on walls and stuff. So I was there and saw it with my own eyes. It was really frustrating and upsetting. Then we saw in Minneapolis, we saw protesters storm into a church and disrupt the service. And Don Lemon used his First Amendment right as a journalist to impede on people's First Amendment right to worship the God that they love, our one true God. And so I think it's important that we continue to pray. It's good to see that the cabinet members pray. That's exactly what they should do. They should rely on God above all to guide them in their work for the American people and work for all of the people in the country, whether they agree with us or not. When you're in office, you have the duty to make sure that you represent the interests of the whole country. Even when people don't disagree, we can hopefully come together in faith and under the banner and mantle of God.
And Lori, to that point, the faith office, it is interfaith. It's not about one faith. There's representatives from all walks of life, all faiths, whether it be rabbis, Buddhists, everybody, Tibetan Buddhists. How important, and do you see this as being something that's a unifying policy that President Trump has established?
I think it's great in concept, but I don't see that the actions by this commission or group or whatever it is are speaking for all of Americans. Right now is Ramadan, and I haven't seen that the White House has acknowledged that or is having an iftar dinner like past presidents have had. So that's just one example I can point out. But we've also seen a spread of this Christian nationalism that's gone on around the country, that's being imposed in schools, that's being imposed in the workplace. People are losing their jobs if they don't show up a certain way, or if they speak about their own religion that's not within the opinion of their employers or the schools or et cetera. That cannot happen in this country. Forcing people to also pray in schools or use the Bible for different... I'm a Christian woman, and I've actually started reading Rick Warren's The Purpose-Driven Life again, and I'm reading it every single day. And one of the first two lessons that are in the Bible are love thy neighbor. And I don't think that this administration, in any sort of way, is exemplifying loving your neighbor, whether it be how they're treating the immigration and unleashing ICE agents onto people, going into our city streets and rounding people up and encouraging people to rat on people and call the police, or just treating people disrespectfully or unconstitutionally. That is not loving.
But is that really a fair take? I mean, it goes back to Billy's point of, our neighbors are also the Lake and Rileys and, the American citizens that have been killed at the hands of illegal immigrants. So
what does that have to do with religion?
Well, you're talking about people being killed and not being treated equally. It's how do you square what you're trying to say?
So American citizens being killed by ICE agents, you don't have a problem with that?
Well, who are you talking about?
The two individuals in Minneapolis, that were killed at the hands of ICE agents.
I mean,
or busting through people's doors without warrants and ripping children away from their parents, or taking elderly people who there is no warrant out for their arrest whatsoever and throwing them into jail, or going into businesses and rounding people up. That is not loving thy neighbor. And most of them are not illegal, by the way. So don't try to say, oh, well, don't you support illegal? That's not what this is about. Treating people disrespectfully, calling for violence, these are not loving thy neighbor type Christian-like values.
Who's calling for violence, though?
The MAGA, a lot of MAGA people.
They're calling for violence?
Yes, against Democrats. Oh, Ilhan Omar, members of Congress, they don't call for violence against people.
Charlie Kirk that got
the
shot
Somali,
for what he believed.
Charlie Kirk, who lied in state, but Donald Trump wouldn't even allow Jesse Jackson to go to the Capitol. He refuses
Charlie Kirk did not lie in state.
I'm sorry.
That's not true.
I'm sorry. The
It's a factual
recognition.
error.
I'm sorry that he didn't lie in state, but they had the Capitol closed where people could come in and pray for him, etc. And he refused to let Jesse Jackson do that. So that there is not the same standard, is all I'm trying to point out, for everybody here in America, or a politician, for example, or a civil rights leader in this country. But for Charlie Kirk, there was.
He was
why wasn't the
old
same
age.
extended to him?
It circumvents the point, though. You're saying that MAGA people that are pro-Trump are violent and calling for violence, but as Billy pointed out, the most recent notable MAGA person to suffer violence was Charlie Kirk. He was killed.
And President Trump had he had a bullet through his ear from an assassination attempt, and someone was killed at Mar-a-Lago this week for bringing a shotgun on the grounds.
And
God knows what they were going to do.
Background? He was
What were they
also
going
a MAGA. He is also a conservative who was
Well,
upset about the cost of living, that he couldn't afford an
You're minimizing
apartment
the threats
and
to
had to
conservatives,
live
and it's really
with a
inappropriate.
roommate, and the fact that they can't get jobs. That was why his manifesto of why he was going to attack Donald Trump. He was not a radical liberal, so don't even try to go there.
Who radicalized him to go and carry a shotgun and a can of gasoline?
Who radicalized him?
Mm-hmm. Is that normal behavior?
You're asking me? How would I know? How would I know how he got radicalized?
Please.
What I really appreciate the president has done is to say we're not going to enforce the unconstitutional Johnson Amendment, to say that pastors and churches don't have the same First Amendment rights to express their faith and to operate in their normal course of business, even to let political opinions be expressed in the normal course of their business. The president was right to do that. It's called the Johnson Amendment. It's not an amendment to the Constitution. It didn't change the Constitution. It's an amendment to a law. And so the president has done a great job with that. The president is unapologetic that we were founded as predominantly a Christian nation. All the founders believed in the God of the Bible. Most of them were Christians. We were founded on Judeo-Christian principles. And it's those very principles that allow Muslims and Hindus and Buddhists to come and worship freely in this country. But we don't make apology for the fact that we were founded as predominantly a Christian nation on Judeo-Christian principles. There's no separation of church and state. It doesn't exist in the Constitution. The Establishment Clause in the First Amendment, which is the first most important right that was, it's not speech didn't come first, religion came first, to say the government can't make laws establishing religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, was intended to protect the church and the people from the government intruding on their faith. That's why it was the founders who declared the National Day of Prayer. It was the founders who started the habit of opening each Congress in prayer, as we even do still today. And the president has done a great job in re-emphasizing that and not apologizing for that and protecting. Merrick Garland declared war on Catholics, quite frankly. Merrick Garland's Department of Injustice, his FBI, and they lied and said it was just one office in Richmond, and now we found out it was spread throughout the network of the federal government, right. Targeting Catholics for practicing their faith. That's what it was.
In God We Trust wasn't adopted as our national motto until 1952. This was a time during which segregation was being protested by the Christian churches that were in the United States. Let me preface what I'm about to say by this. I always say I'm a Jew who loves Jesus. I was raised in an Orthodox Jewish day school. Half my day was in Hebrew, and I studied Torah all the day. And I loved it. And I love religious people. The other half of my family is Pentecostal. So I'm prefacing it by saying that. It's not true at all to say that our founders wanted this to be a Christian nation. In fact, James Madison is quite famous for saying that he was very afraid of someone instituting too much religion, because in doing so, having an established religion, having one that not the founders, but the president promotes over the rest of them, will inhibit the free exercise thereof. And that's exactly what we're doing, going against what the Supreme Court has already ruled and putting the 10 Commandments in courthouses, putting the 10 Commandments on the front lawn. We've had so many Supreme Court rulings that have already said that we shouldn't do that, and he's pushing it. And now, to be fair, the president has, I loved when there was the attack where the Muslim man stepped in to protect the Jewish people. I think it was in Australia. Yep. The president commented on that, and I loved that. I think the president has protected Jewish people in a way that I haven't seen. They've spray painted a swastika on my house when I was a kid. I have felt more protected by this administration than I have under any. But my problem is when he goes to universities and says, make sure that you're protecting Jewish students. By the way, make sure that your curriculum doesn't say X, Y, and Z. I don't like being used as a pawn. I don't like that the president is saying, let's have free speech, let's have freedom of religion, but at the same time, we're going to promote this one. We're going to have Pete Hegseth bring in his pastor, who, and I was going to bring this up earlier when we talked about women, who thinks that women shouldn't have the right to vote. And again, that's not Pete Hegseth himself, but we gave Obama so much flack for having the Reverend. Right, that's right. We gave so much flack for that, but we don't care about Pete Hegseth's religious.
Democrats obviously didn't give him much flack. He won that election after it.
Listen, I was not a political commentator then.
By the way, he won by the majority.
Regardless, it's still the same standard from Republicans. What I'm saying is that bringing him in to host a prayer in front of the military, it certainly means that that's what they want to put forward.
Correct.
And he believes in having a Christian nation. I do believe that Christian nationalism is an extraordinary threat to the United States of America, and it's being sort of twisted into something that's more palatable, to where I don't think that our co-panelists here believe in that, but I think that there are people in the Republican Party that are sort of sneakily being able to push this under the guise of freedom of religion, which is real.
Billy, what is Christian nationalism?
I honestly don't know.
I
would like somebody to
I would
define
love
that.
to
You've
define
asked
it
me a
for
question
you.
I can't answer for you.
Certainly.
Because I feel like it's whatever it's in the image and likeness of radical liberals, honestly. I think it's whatever they want it to be. It's whatever they want it to be.
The lack of definition, but I can provide it for you if you'd like.
Go ahead. I'll tell you if I believe in it then.
Certainly. So Christian nationalism is the belief that our country should first of all recognize that we were founded under Christian principles, and that there should not be temples or mosques outside of that of Christian ones, that it should be an established religion of our country. This is specifically what the pastor of Pete Hegseth believes, that you should be able to practice it in your heart and in your home, but not out in public.
Right.
That it should be endorsed fully in schools, that it should be taught in schools, that there should be Bible classes, that there should be prayer at school every day. Again, I went to a school where we prayed every day, but we said that we were grateful for the fact that we could pray and that nobody would come and take that away from us. That's what freedom of religion is. Freedom of religion is not, you should let me do whatever I want and impose my freedom, my religion upon you. That's something different.
I mean, with all due respect, if you look at the president's cabinet and high-level officials, it's a multi-faith.
Certainly. And like I said, I gave him a lot of credit because I do think that he's done a lot of great things. But I think that the reason for doing that is because it makes it so easy once you have all these great examples of good protection of faith for people who have nefarious purposes and wishes, to be able to sneak in there and push this agenda like Betsy DeVos.
And I think, context is key.
Great Secretary of Education, by the way.
Terrifying Secretary of Education who wants the Bible to be taught in schools.
To cherry pick, we don't know, what.
That's not cherry picking.
Well, when you say Secretary Hegseth's pastor,
certainly, who delivered the most recent prayer.
Yeah, but is he representative of all Christians in the country?
No,
so
certainly not.
That's one person. So
certainly not, but it's who they're bringing in
leadership position.
Exactly.
That is a government official that is imposing. Excuse me.
They've elevated
his voice. Imposing
voice.
this to our men and women serving in our military and the civilian staff. I used to work at the Pentagon. I've never seen anything like what is happening over in that building.
So when we talk about, please, Congressman.
Well, something that Laurie said earlier that I wanted to come back to. You hear this a lot. That our government, it's not operating according to the principles of Jesus. That's not exactly what you said, but love thy neighbor. Jesus never talked government policy. He wasn't speaking to, we don't want our government to have the policy of turn the other cheek when we're attacked, for example. We don't want that to be with our legal system, where our legal system just forgives 70 times 7. When Jesus was speaking about how we are to live as believers, it was talking about us as individuals. It was talking about the church. It was talking about us, again, as individuals. It wasn't talking about government policy. The Democrats like to take what Jesus talked about, how Christians should live, and apply that to government policy. And those are not the same
I'm not
thing.
applying it to anything. I'm not
speak
saying
to you.
Yeah.
I spoke to what Laurie had said earlier.
I mean, I don't know if she was either.
Yeah, I wasn't either. But
yeah.
It's been a lot
Thanks for
about
putting words in my
faith,
mouth.
But I do want to
His
pivot because
interpretation.
another big topic lately is tariffs, after especially the Supreme Court ruling on the Emergency Economic Powers Act, International one, or AIPA, as it's known for short. Actually, I want to play some sound of President Trump first reacting to the SCOTUS ruling, and then we can get into the nitty-gritty.
Can't charge $1 to any country under AIPA. Not $1. I assume to protect other countries. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country-destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1.
All right, Laurie, I'll have you start first. Some are commenting that on the Supreme Court ruling or the decision that Kavanaugh essentially laid out a new roadmap for alternative ways the president can go. How are you reading the ruling?
Yes, and also I think the opinion by Gorsuch was incredible, saying that You don't have the authority to do this, Mr. President, or any president, which I wholeheartedly agree with, because it is up to the legislative branch, members of Congress. And I found it rich. And these ads, if I was working in the DCCC right now and advising, I would say, these ads are writing themselves. For all those Republican members that came out, with, like Madeline was saying, yes, the Republicans, one of their strengths that I just continue to be impressed by is their messaging and their unity. And what did they do when this came out and he railed off? Was they immediately came out saying, we're against this. So let me get this straight. You're a member of Congress who has the power to and authority over this, but you're saying you don't want to have the authority and power over this and you want to give it back to somebody else. That it's not always going to be a Republican president either. There's going to be changes here in this country, and that precedent is not wise, absolutely harmful to the country. But these ads are writing themselves as far as I'm concerned. So go get every single one of those Republicans that went on the record, that did these interviews, that said, this should be given to the president. He should have executive power over imposing tariffs against any country. Again, he is privatizing foreign policy, and this is just one of the levers that he's used to do it. And I just want to finish by saying, Al Gore in 2000, one of the reasons why I got involved in politics, because it was the first election that I was old enough to vote in. And I was going to Florida State University and living in Tallahassee at the time, so I know more than I want to know about what happened there. You did not see Al Gore when I see you smiling. There's a great comparison, right? You did not see Al Gore when the Supreme Court told him, you lost the election. He came out and said, I lost the election. This is the Constitution, and I will abide by that. You did not see that behavior like you did of our president.
That's exactly what we saw. He said he's going to abide by the law, and he's got other legal basis that he can use for it. The Supreme Court didn't say that he can't impose tariffs. They said he can't do it under the law that he predicated the tariffs on. There are a whole host of them. Our legal team at America First Policy Institute wrote amicus briefs on this, and they listed the other laws that could be used to form the basis, a legal basis for the tariffs. So it's not true that he can't, and the court didn't say that.
One that you have seen so far is Section 122, which Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was talking about as well right after it. It does look like back to election cycle. President Trump was talking a lot about reshoring or bringing back manufacturing. And some are pointing that perhaps the tariffs was one rule or one aspect of that, especially the very high tariffs on China, because we have seen a lot of goods actually coming back, at least according to the Commerce Department's data for 2025. The imports from China is under 10% for the first time, whereas back in the early 2000s, imports from China made up 1/5 of all the imports. Congresswoman, I want to bring you into this conversation. How are you reading that? Because there's a lot of focus on the upcoming trip of President Trump to China, to Beijing, to meet with Xi Jinping, and many people were saying that tariffs were one of the tools, but that he also has non-tariff tools in his arsenal, if you will.
I think what the president's trying to accomplish with his tariff policies, I agree with. He's trying to open foreign markets to us. For example, Japan's closed their auto market to us while they sell cars here, to stop us from being taken advantage of, to bring jobs and manufacturing back here, to use it as leverage for negotiation, diplomatic purposes, and so forth. That having been said, it's clear to me that the Congress, the founders rather, intended for the taxing and tariff authority to be in the hands of the representatives of the people who were closest to the people. So if they were going to tax the people, they had to stand for re-election every 2 years. I was troubled that Mike Johnson tried to block Congress from voting on the president's tariffs, on voting on the very authority that's preciously, like going into war, by the way, is given to the people's representatives. That said, I'm absolutely convinced the three leftist justices, Kagan and Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson, would not have ruled this way if it was Joe Biden or if it was Barack Obama. That's speculation. Obviously, I cannot prove that. But you did have division, by the way. You had 3 conservative justices vote one way, 3 conservative justices vote another way. The president will use these other tools in his disposal. And if he can bring down the trade deficit, that's a good thing. But I do think he needs to operate within the boundaries of the Constitution, and in some cases that means he needs to get congressional approval to do it.
It's important to remember, if I may just for a moment, The Supreme Court doesn't rule on if something's a good or a bad idea. Justice Scalia wrote about this. He said that there are very good ideas that are unconstitutional, very bad ideas that are constitutional. And so the court's never saying, you know, the policy's a good or bad idea. That's not where they go. They go to the legal basis. The Constitution is a contract, and they're simply evaluating a contract and saying, is this in keeping with the contract? So he does have another legal basis that he can pursue, and he said in his press conference that he will.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so my issue is not with the fact that he can pursue it in a different way. I understand that. I'm an attorney myself. I know that, you know, he can say you can't take this path, take a different one. My issue is with the fact that after the ruling came out, he said that the justices who ruled against him were a disgrace.
They also were influenced by foreign governments or foreign actors.
Now
that is an outrageous
absolutely
claim.
These justices included, as you said, justices who have ruled with him in the past. These are not people who he can say have Trump derangement syndrome, which, by the way, if you rule against him, you shouldn't automatically be qualified as deranged. But my issue is that the Supreme Court, obviously from what they've heard from voters, is one of the last remaining institutions that the American people still trust to give us the truth. And when you go out and undermine that, and you say after they've shown you we are independent, we'll make our own decisions based upon what we think the law is and what we think the law shows us. When you go out and say that these people are a disgrace and that they're bought and paid for, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing with your messaging, and you are trying to undermine the people's confidence in the Supreme Court, and that's what bothers me.
And potentially incite violence against those Supreme Court justices who are already being threatened at outrageous numbers right now.
I agree with you not to be attacking the Supreme Court for the ruling like we are. I hope he doesn't do that tonight. But it's financially, economically, it's almost a big to-do about nothing, I will allow. The most generous estimates of the impact of the tariffs is about $300 billion a year. The president has said, we're going to eliminate the income tax because of tariffs. The president has said, we're going to send out $2,000 stimulus checks because of tariffs. When we're taking in $5 trillion a year and we're spending $7 trillion a year, the tariffs are almost a rounding error. I would much rather see him focus on shrinking government, cutting spending, or eliminate the income tax altogether, do a national sales tax. Now that would be meaningful along with the tariffs.
Well, perhaps the $300 billion is because he's just getting started. We'll have to wait and see. But before we get to that, we're going to pull up a live look of the White House. We did say earlier when we were talking to Senator Tuberville that the president had arrived, his motorcade. It has not arrived, and it is, he's still at the White House. Motorcade right there. There's a shot. He's going to come out that door. It looks like a door was just about to get cracked there. We'll keep a close eye on it as the president does prepare in about 30 minutes to enter the Capitol and give his first State of the Union speech in his second term. We're going to keep an eye on it. Well, we're going to switch topics. I think we have a topic I think that everybody's going to agree on. That's Trump accounts. What do you think, Laurie? Trump. We have a clip here of the president that we're going to play for you guys with regard to the Trump accounts.
Every president in modern history has left our children with nothing but debt. But under this administration, we're going to leave every child with real assets and a shot at financial freedom. We'll ensure that Americans don't just end their lives with a nest egg, but instead all Americans will begin their lives with a beautiful nest egg.
So, Laurie, some have said that the $1,000 is sort of, anybody can set up an account for their children. But the fact that, the president has given the $1,000 for the newborn in the next, few years or so, it's more about teaching economic responsibility and motivating people to really pay attention to their finances. What do you say to that thought process?
I don't find that at all, that it's to teach people about economic finances, how to handle their finances.
There's a lot of Americans in debt right now.
So why would you give a baby, what does that have to do with giving a child that's born?
It's just putting it into the discourse, into the national discourse.
You mean raising our national debt? What about that?
That's funny.
What about not paying for the people that live in this country already who can't afford health care? Or the kids that are going to college and coming out with an exorbitant amount of debt that they are burdened with about $100,000, about $65,000 to $150,000 on average. How about that? I don't understand what these Trump accounts are, and I'm not trying to be funny or curt here. I really don't, because when I go to the website, there are no details. Their media is absolutely reported on this, that there are no details. They've tried to find out what this means, how is this being worked through the federal government? Where's this money going? What agents is it going through Treasury? Where's this money going? And there are not details. So that's what I'm concerned about. I might have a different opinion, Steve, if I understood the details.
So, Bill, is the devil in the details? And if these accounts do, some have said that it's going to turn, there's the president right here. We can take a quick look on our screen coming out with the First Lady. It looks like he might not take any questions from the press. He's just getting right into the beast and making his way up Pennsylvania Avenue shortly to the Capitol.
It's terrible that I want to know what she's wearing. I'm still, I care. I care about the policy, but I care about the policy. Obviously,
I was looking at the president, but it looked maybe like she was wearing some type of pantsuit. Maybe in paying homage to one of the previous first ladies.
I don't feel that bad about it.
You shouldn't. It'll be trending on
Thank
X.
you.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll just continue to monitor here as the president. It's a live look at him there as the camera zooms in the back seat with First Lady Melania Trump over on the opposite side. There he goes, giving a wave to the press as he makes his way up Pennsylvania Ave, a short drive to the Capitol. And we're going to certainly take that speech live as he walks in and all of the events leading up to. So back to the discussion here as the motorcade makes its way out of the White House grounds. Billy, when it comes to, there's all different ways to look at this. What is your take, and is this going to be a net positive for the country?
Absolutely. I honestly don't understand the hand-wringing or the frustration with Trump accounts, especially, some of the issues that you mentioned about the economy, poverty, healthcare costs. These are ways that you can lift up people, especially people who don't have the means to pay for these things. We need other ways for them to be able to provide for their families.
For babies.
Yes, and as they get
how
older.
How does that help people now that are struggling in this economy? That's the part I don't understand, Billy. I don't.
No, I'll explain it. No, it's not an immediate relief. No, I'm not saying that it's immediate relief, but it is a down-the-road relief. And if something like this had been established 20 years ago, a 20-year-old, someone in the middle of college that has a medical bill and their parents aren't there to support them in it, they'll have the money to be able to pay for that maybe. But we're going to deal. The compound interest is a real thing. Math works. But we have to think about the efficiency that AI creates as an opportunity and a good thing, but it is going to create work disturbances for some. And so we need to think about these kinds of creative solutions. I don't understand the concerns about it. This is especially good for the poor, the people that aren't able to set these kinds of accounts up for themselves. You have a baby and there's $1,000 that's going to grow over time. That's something they should be very proud of.
Well, part of it is the argument that the employers can also add money to that. I want to go to you, Madeline. If it wasn't called the Trump accounts, do you think more people would be behind it?
I do. He's putting his name on everything these days. You just can't get enough of it. I agree with both of you, actually. I would like to know, I know that the money comes from private donations, right? I would like to know what this private donor is getting in exchange. However,
And
Madeline, we're just going to take a quick sec here. We're going to bring our attention to the screen where the speaker just gavelled. We don't know if he's gaveling in the session officially or not, but maybe we can take the feed and listen in. There's the Vice President filing in with the Senate Majority Leader and the Senate Minority Leader. Congressman, if you could weigh in, is this a common sight for both the minority and majority to file in at the same time?
Yeah, this is the normal tradition. They come in and they pause and they'll have little conversations with different members who are almost going to hurt themselves, reaching over, trying to make sure they get in the camera shot and get their hand shaken by whomever was. By the way, one time when I was in the House, just an interesting observation, Mitt Romney said something really ugly to George Santos. When they said, Mitt Romney said to him, "You're a disgrace, you shouldn't be here," something to that effect.
We saw that on camera.
Yeah. So sometimes things like that take place, but
I heard everybody likes John Thune.
I've met him, I don't know him, and honestly, I don't know he was not the leader when I was there. We still had Mitch McConnell at the time. on the Senate.
Good
side.
reputation, though.
But I haven't heard that he wasn't likable.
Yeah.
And what about your former colleague, Billy Long, who would always be there first in line to get his tie signed?
He indeed was. Billy Long was quite the character. He went on to become, director of the IRS for a while. And
now he's ambassador
yeah.
to Norway. All right, well, there's the live look. We're going to just continue to see a lot of the lawmakers filing in, as well as expected Supreme Court justices. It's going to be interesting to see which ones, after our discussion here, will actually attend.
It'll be interesting. Will it be all 9? Or?
Yeah. It's not always all 9, but it might be fewer than the usual, as we see here.
No MTG with her swag like last year.
Or maybe.
Or pedals.
Yeah, or paddle. Yes. No props.
So I hear that there will not be any paddles or signs
no
this
paddles.
year. Or signs.
Okay,
A lot
everybody's.
of props last year. Props and costumes we had last year.
And I think it was last year where the Congressman Al Green heckled the president with his cane. Okay.
Yes.
So we'll see if anything like that happens tonight. Chances of that drastically reduced with more than, what are we at, 70 lawmakers? Is that are not going to attend?
72 was the last I saw. But that number could be going up.
Yeah. No.
Yes, you can tell it's pretty empty.
It looks a little more room, especially on this side of the room for some reason.
You know, I kind of take that back earlier, actually. I think normally I would say if you don't go and sit down and show your presence that you're not fighting. But this president thrives on people's presence.
Correct.
And that's why he thrives on an audience.
Look at the room and look at the visual, and he's all about crowd size.
That's
and
right.
there ain't no crowd today,
It
buddy.
just doesn't look good, and he doesn't like when the picture doesn't look good.
Nope.
And well, this might be a question for Congressman Good. Those empty seats down there, we did hear reports that Speaker Johnson was trying to fill and find guests to come. If he indeed was able to do that, are those seats on the actual floor reserved for members only?
Yeah, I'm not aware that would be certainly unusual, perhaps unprecedented to allow guests to sit on the floor. They have to be up in the gallery. I do agree with some of the others who've already said I think the president really does not like to be ignored and doesn't want to have empty seats to speak to.
He's a narcissist. Narcissists don't like to be discarded.
The shot that we just saw there was of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Raisin Dan Kane, and I believe he'll be flanked by some of his other colleagues, Vice Chairman General Christopher Mahoney, Army Chief of Staff General Randy George, quite a few generals there. The president also, you're seeing there, Vice President J.D. Vance with the Speaker of the House. Many of the cabinet members also expected to be there. Typically there is the designated survivor.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And one of those Supreme Court justices could very well be, but I will be shocked if I don't see the rest of the entire cabinet that is the court that is there.
Isn't it usually the Secretary of Agriculture? That's
No, they rotate all the time.
I think you may be right. I think I'm kind of anticipating a show of solidarity with the court.
Of
If they don't all 9 show up,
they're not partisan.
They're not supposed to.
I hope
Pay our
that's what we'll
Supreme
see.
Court justices.
We'll see all 9.
Just like you said, they don't make rulings based on right or wrong. They base their rulings on whether it is upholds the Constitution or not.
Ideally.
And they sort of have the easiest job of all the guests because they're not really expected to clap for anything.
I agree with you, but I think that regardless of what the president thinks on the inside, he cares so much about the messaging that he wants that performance all the time.
Well, he's not going to get much of a performance out of the people that aren't showing.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
So we'll see how it turns out with the ones that do. And Congressman, would you say that the ones that do show up, the Democrats that do, you're looking at 70 lawmakers and counting that may not. The ones that do, would you say it's just more a respect for the office, or is it more because they're in a swing district? And
I don't think that it's their district. I think you can spin that one way or another as a Democrat. You can spin why you don't want to show up and honor the president with your presence. You can certainly explain that you showed up based on respect for just the process, the House itself, the Congress, and the event, the occasion that is the State of the Union address. The president is coming to address the people's representatives to give him his account of the state of the country, and so they ought to be there. And That's why I showed up 3 times during Biden's State of the Union addresses.
And when we're looking at the seating arrangement, we have seen from the beginning, the majority leader that we see there, when he filed in, he was with the minority leader, the Democrat. We've seen multiple Republicans and Democrats side by side filing in on the Senate side. But seating arrangement-wise, is it one side Democrats, one side Republicans?
Traditionally, the Democrats, as you look out to the audience, the Democrats would sit to the right or to the left if you're facing the Speaker's chair, and then the Republicans would sit to the left as the Speaker looks out, or to the right as they face the Speaker. But that's not set in stone. You can sit wherever you want to. It's open seating. They do reserve a few seats down front for the Supreme Court, for those the generals, the cabinet members, and so forth, and party leadership on each side does have some reserved seats down below. But then it's just open seating. There's not particular seating for the Senate, not particularly seating based on party. You sit where you want to, how early you get there, and get a seat. Or in my case, I just would stand in the back. Because I like to stand up the entire time.
And then the guests go up in the gallery.
Yes.
And so all of those guests that we've been talking about earlier, we'll see exactly who they are.
Along with the First Lady.
Yes, of course.
And as we anticipate what's going to be happening tonight, I think we are getting the first excerpts of the speeches. So we're going to go now live to NTD's Washington correspondent, Mario Tzu, who's live at the Capitol with some of the preview for us as we near the crunch time here. Good evening, Mario, if you are there. What is the latest preview on the president's speech?
Hey, Tiff. Yeah, so the president started rolling toward the Capitol at 8:33, and he's just arriving here now at 8:41. And we're now getting a few of those speech excerpts out. I'm just going to read them for you. That first one is on the theme of America 250 years, which is what the White House is saying is the theme of his speech tonight. Quote, "From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for the next. Now it is our turn. Together we are building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go farther, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern." And Tiff, another one highlights the fraud scandal in Minnesota. Quote, "But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering America, there has been no more stunning example than in Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer." And another excerpt that we're getting is DHS related. As we speak, quote, "Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. They have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight, I am demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security and Homeland Security of the United States," end quote. And Tiff, yesterday at his last public appearance before SOTU, President Trump hosted an East Room event honoring the family of Laken Riley and other victims of crimes by illegal immigrants. He signed a proclamation yesterday designating February 22nd Angel Family Day. And as we heard from that excerpt tonight, we do expect him to highlight securing the border and immigration enforcement, although many other topics are also on the table, including, of course, America 250, his peacemaking efforts, economic agenda, and national security strategy. Back to you.
All right, Mari, thank you for that preview as we await the president's arrival. Let's bring it back in studio here. Billy, I want to start with you. Part of that preview right there was saying that, President Trump is honoring angel families. They're expected, some of them in attendance. He was at an event recently. What do you make of that focus, and should there be more attention on angel families?
Yeah, I absolutely think so. I think it's good to show both sides of an issue. It's good to understand it from kind of like a 360 perspective, but those families are kind of left in the cold. That we don't see them. We don't see videos of them enough, and some broadcast networks have even kind of blocked it out. Even when the president had an event at the White House honoring the angel families and the loved ones that they've lost. These moments are really important. It symbolizes more than the people in the room, right? Like, this is an enduring republic, and it's beautiful. It's about the office of the people that are there, which is why I think it's important to have a full room. It's not for ego or anything. It's that the office of the president matters. The office of the members of the House, both sides of the aisle, matter. The Senate, it matters. This is important. And we can't walk past the fact that John Fetterman's wearing a suit. Like
We didn't over here.
Yeah, we were both. Like, there was a nice little bipartisan,
Yes,
both ideologies moment. We were like, hey, we're all on the same team in this one. But honestly, it's like that's what I dislike when he's wearing the sweatshirt is because it's like you're representing an office that is important, it's dignified, and so it's like I was happy to see that. We couldn't just walk past that. Everyone watching is absolutely recognizing that too.
Very unifying moment right there.
Yeah, look at us.
We'll see what other unifying moments we have. Alan, I want to get you on this because we were all reacting to that. How do you see maybe that part setting the stage? But also earlier we saw, both the minority and majority Senate leaders coming in together.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you talking about the Angel families, or are we talking about just the unity in general?
Whatever you want.
Okay, I'll talk about both. So, when it comes to the Angel families, I do think that having that specific conference today was for a reason, and again, not in any way to discount the losses that those families experienced. I don't like the narrative that they're all rapists, murderers, criminals. It breaks my heart because I think that that's against what our country stands for in terms of being accepting and welcoming and freedom in general. It breaks my heart to see them being characterized that way when, again, less than 1% of them have ever even been accused of that. Now, again, that's not to discount what has happened to these people, and I think a good response to that would likely be, okay, so we don't have open borders. If we can track people, we should. If we can, vet people before they come in, we should. I think that's a perfectly fine response. I just don't like them being characterized that way. Now, in terms of unity and bringing people together, so I'll give you some positives about Trump. So last year, right, I've always believed that he doesn't like war. And I remember last year when he was talking about children who had died. I felt it from him how much he cared. I loved when he dedicated like the animal sanctuary to the little girl who had passed away, Jocelyn, at the hands of a gang member. I loved that. I thought it was beautiful, and I think that that's one of the reasons why people lean into him ultimately is because humans, like as a jury consultant, I know this, humans are very good at telling whether or not they can trust someone when they're not the one being spoken to. Like you don't know why you don't trust the person, you just feel like it a little bit. But when you're in the spotlight, it's too hard to tell. So I think when they watch President Trump talk about war, or when he talks about children, I think in general, or children who've died, I think he softens, and I think that people see that, and that's an element of trust there. So I will certainly give him that. But in general, I am deeply, deeply disheartened and worried about the narrative of immigrants in this country because it makes it easier to throw them away, to lock them up, and then to not pay attention to what's happening to them, to allow the thousands of human rights abuses that have been documented to be committed, and to just look the other direction because we think they're all criminals and rapists and murderers.
And to that point, I hope, what I'm looking for is I hope that the president implores Congress to pass comprehensive immigration reform.
Indeed.
All of this, all of it, all of these executive orders, everything that we've been chatting about here, none of that would, if there was comprehensive immigration reform,
we're gonna
we wouldn't be dealing with what we're dealing with.
Sorry, Lori, let's just listen in to the speaker as he gavels it in.
Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Delbene. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the Committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford. The Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. And the Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Okay, as we continue to watch here, as
Speaker, the acting dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
the session is being gavelled in, the acting dean of the Diplomatic Corps, the other folks filing in, and of course the President of the United States shortly to follow. In the meantime, DHS just released a statement saying that the Democrats are bringing illegal immigrants as guests, drawing sharp contrast between Dems and Republicans, saying we're simply not the same. That's a statement from DHS. There are a few excerpts that have been released. I can read a few here. We can get reaction when we're talking about earlier, kitchen table issues, and if the president is speaking to the American people. Here's part of what he's going to say tonight. One is, I'm also ending the widely inflated cost of prescription drugs. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They were all talk, no action. I got it done. Another one he's going to be talking about tonight is an executive order to ban all the large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes. Lori, we were talking earlier about the cost of living and all of those things that matter. Do we have to give the president credit when credit is due here on at least those two items?
Sorry, what were the two items that you were saying?
Lowering
prescription drugs, and the other
most
was
favored nation, and limiting large real estate investment firms and companies from buying single-family homes, thereby driving up the cost of homes for first-time home buyers.
Sure, those are great things. I'm glad he's doing it. But the list, if you look at the list of prescription drugs that he's bringing down, he'll talk about Ozempic and the fat drug, and he'll talk about this, that, and the other. When people are looking to lower the cost of not just insulin, they're lowering the cost of medications for people that have seizures, people that are autoimmune compromised, etc. So now of course, he could expand from what this little excerpt that we got, but I don't see health care. Prescription drug costs is one thing. I don't take any prescription drugs, by the way, but my health care is astronomical. And as a small business owner who relies on some of those ACA subsidies that went away, my health insurance for me and my employees went up 3 times. So I'm as a small business owner, wanting to hear that, not just about prescription drugs, but health care, because that absolutely contributes to people's income levels of the money that's going out of their bank account every single month that they cannot afford right now.
One healthcare 80-20 issue that we see is transparency in pricing, and particularly at hospitals. This seems to be a bipartisan issue. If it's an 80-20 issue, that means both sides of the aisle are interested in this. And
Billy, I apologize. We're just going to take a look here. We'll let you resume your thought in a second. These are the Supreme Court justices. It's an interesting mix if this is all that's going to be joining. It was it looked like Sotomayor might have been in there. Did we see her? Justice Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, who did vote against the president's tariff policy in the most recent ruling, is there. Chief Justice John Roberts.
The best thing that Trump could do to win back some of those independents who he lost.
Only 4 of them.
Would be to shake her hand.
And it wasn't Sotomayor. It's
He's got the 3 who, you want to say the controversial 3, the 3 conservatives who didn't vote the way that he thought they should.
But that's really fascinating, where you would think that perhaps Justice Clarence Thomas would be there on such an occasion, and Alito, no? And maybe they are. Maybe we're just not seeing them. Maybe they're seated behind them, or are they all seated together? We're going to keep a close eye on that as it plays out. And you can see them right there. 4 of them, 4 Supreme Court justices, 3 Republicans, 1 Democrat. Billy, please, I apologize for cutting you off.
No, you're good. But Transparency in pricing is particularly with hospitals. People need to know what they're buying when they go and they receive care, because they're also usually doing it under duress. I'm a 3-time cancer survivor. I have received millions of dollars worth of health care. My parents had good insurance. I'm blessed that they did. Had they not, it could have been millions and millions of dollars, and we never knew. It's like opening an empty box. You're just like, what's going to pop out of this thing? You don't know what that bill is going to look like, and you know what the surgeon's going to charge versus the operating room costs versus the nursing and anesthesia. It's a wild array. People have a right to know these things, and it's the only industry I can think of where you receive the service and it's going to cost you a tremendous amount of money and you don't know what it
They
is.
tell you how much it is later.
Right.
Yeah.
It's atrocious. And again, this is an 80-20 issue. That's a winning issue. He's made moves on that. I suspect there will be more as well. But on healthcare, also expanding HSA is another very popular issue. Why does that have to be tied to an employer? Why isn't that something you should just be able to have? It provides economic security for individuals and families, and it's done tax-free, so it's incentivized that you do it. That's good for the country, especially so that it doesn't maybe have a medical cost push someone into welfare, and suddenly they're needing federal assistance because of a medical bill. That's a tragedy, and if we can avoid it by setting up HSAs, everybody can set up their own HSA and receive tax-free money there, we should do it. These policy solutions are very popular, and a lot of them are 80-20.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, it's a bit off topic from healthcare, but I know that the president has lost a tremendous amount of support from independents, which I believe is the reason why he won the election. The best thing he could do tonight would be to walk over to Justice Amy Coney Barrett and shake her hand. Walk over to the people who you called a disgrace and shake their hand and say, you know what, we're all in this together. I think if he did that, he could change the energy in the room and he could win some of those independents back.
If he said something positive towards them during his remarks, would be
Indeed,
helpful.
yes.
If I recall, he wasn't. Oh, there's the First Lady there getting a round of applause as she makes her way in. Melania Trump. Her son Barron, the president's son Barron Trump, next to Ivanka. The First Lady's guest tonight should be flanked perhaps by a 10-year-old from Austin, Texas, Everest
Mr. Speaker,
Nevremont,
the President's Cabinet.
student in an AI curriculum school, and Sierra Burns, 24-year-old former foster child. And now the Cabinet is filing in. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, right behind him.
The First Lady's guest is a child who benefited from foster care. The One Big Beautiful Bill included tax benefits, tax breaks for foster care to incentivize people to partake in that system, because there's a lot of kids that need homes.
But I'm still waiting for IVF coverage, y'all.
The father.
Yep, the father of IVF. I'm still waiting. When's that going to happen?
It's like in Georgia, the thing that everybody could get behind, the thing that both parties could get behind was elder care and foster kids, and I am for it. If we can come together on those things, I'm happy.
And the president's cabinet making their way in. There will be, from what I understand, one designated survivor, meaning if anything serious were to happen, God forbid, somebody would survive in the cabinet. And I believe last year it was the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. We'll see who it is.
It was with you guys, wasn't it?
Pretty much. State of the Union, yeah. Secretary was with us for coverage for State of the Union prior to President Trump, the last year of President Biden, his last State of the Union address. Last year was the joint address to Congress. That's why this is the first State of the Union address for the president in his new term. There's the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, shaking hands with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, General Kane. Congressman, how familiar is everybody with each other here?
Most of the members of Congress do not know the cabinet. Most of them. Some of them are former members of Congress, House or Senate, of course. For example, there's Lori Chavez DeRemer, who's the Labor Secretary, who was a House member during my time there.
Another former member right there.
And even when the senators came in, you have no regular interaction with the other body. Really, the only time you're in the same room with them is at something like this. Meaning there are no formal official meetings between Senate and House. There was a half dozen most conservative members of the Senate who I used to meet with weekly as the chairman of the House Freedom Caucus with my leadership team. But that was something we did on a weeknight when we were both in session at one of the senators' homes. Apart from that, I didn't have any interaction with the Senate, unless you went to see a senator directly for some particular reason. So they are separate bodies, obviously, but you don't have, now, I was in the minority party. The Democrats controlled the White House and the Democrat administration, Democrat cabinet, of course. Presumptively, you obviously have more interaction with the cabinet if you were in the majority party. Part of that control the White House.
It's worth noting that NTD's live coverage of President Trump's speech that's coming up right after, we're gonna bring everybody watching the entire speech live, and we're going to continue our coverage throughout the evening, breaking down everything after the speech. And we're also going to bring the Democrat response that's going to be given by former member of Congress, now Governor Abigail Spanberger of Virginia. So everybody can stay tuned for all of those things that come up as the night unfolds.
All of the children are there in uniform.
Yep. Cabinet still making its way in.
Has anybody seen Stephen Miller?
Not seen him.
Notably absent. Cross vote, though.
Well, he's not a cabinet official.
Stephen Miller, right?
Would White House staff usually attend?
Yeah. Well, Susie Wiles is there, but
yeah,
I
she doesn't
wouldn't
count, does she?
I think it would be actually odd if he was not in the gallery and he was down on the floor.
I guess you're right. He seems like he's more involved.
He should be back at home base. As a staffer, that's what you do.
Yeah. Can't tell you how many times I've watched a tiny TV.
Yeah, you're holding down the fort.
The speechwriter in the back watching the tiny TV.
Dealing with rapid response.
Yeah.
You know, there were more excerpts that were released by the president, one of which, and Madeline, you touched on this earlier, that you said, although you are a Democrat, you don't think that the president is a fan of war, which nobody should be, but you think this president perhaps really feels it in a different way. Tonight he's going to tell the American people that as president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. Where do you all think the fine line is between keeping peace and showing American strength to keep the American people safe?
I think it's where the money is. I think that's where the line gets drawn. I think it's in who gets the president's ear. What I'm speaking to when I said that is his heart. But his heart isn't always what comes out in action and policy. Not that I trust the president's heart in general, but I think when it comes to this, I believe him. But I think that when it comes to oil, right, now we're following the money when it comes to war. When it comes to
critical minerals.
Critical minerals with Greenland, whatever it is, right, follow the money. That's what I think. And again, my problem with it is the messaging. Tell the people the truth.
So I have a slightly different take on that, which his messaging for years has been that he is not a fan of war, yes. But after Venezuela, I think that he's changed. He is very clear that he is into this military adventurism that is going on. And
okay, the president's going to be announced.
Venezuela changed that.
And there is the president.
Mr. President.
Keep them moving, Mr. Green. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep them on time.
I'm gonna try a selfie.
With the Chief Justice, and there you go, Madeline. There it was. The handshake with. You said that was going to make the night.
Anthony Barrett's hand. I wanted to shake.
You did.
Oh, well, that's fine. I missed that. I missed that.
Looks like the president's going to speak any moment now. Bringing the speech in full. Quite the reception. It looked like the only justice clapping there was Amy Coney Barrett.
Interesting.
Perhaps the handshake paid off.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages. And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure. Thank you. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before, and our enemies are scared, our military and police are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years, And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. As thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil. American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America. We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in. Go ahead. That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House. They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck. Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case, my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news. So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday. So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas, one of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. as the waters threatened to sweep her away. 11-year-old Millie Kate McClymont closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety. People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aide, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the 3rd row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. When I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people, and I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner, thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it, how much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful, country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly used the word affordability, a word. They just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%, Madam Secretary, thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while, we're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance company has gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere, the lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase, but a few weeks ago, she logged onto the TrumpRx website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500. A reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom. So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of 2 from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes. And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Rachel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. will get it done. And if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah. Delilah Colvin was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk, and she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up. Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again, if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice, we'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. to stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. That cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens. And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated, and their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up. And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we've been talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy, I'm telling you. They're crazy. Amazing. Incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady, now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man. So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind. We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zaretska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget. There were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zaretska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina. How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen? In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago. They don't like to hear that. One of the sick people, one of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Evalie. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it. So sorry. Thank you very much. A great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right. Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart. We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India. Would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead, and those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time, and they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back, but we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the ninth war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like 32,000 protests, 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong, because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 4. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute, for $1 more we can have $1,776. It's going to. I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. $1 more. I said 1776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it. So we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also... We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very impressive. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby. It's becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro, really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy, Eric, and Amy, come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House. And Eric will be there. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor. Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you. Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside, but that great betrayal is over and they will never be forgotten again, because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
thought that was a home run.
Mr. President. Thank you. Hey.
Okay, you too.
All right. You're the best. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Thank you, Francis.
Very well done, sir.
We'll see you Friday, Mr. President.
Great job.
Oh, good. See you. See you. Thank you.
Well done. God bless you.
Good job. Good baby.
Thank you.
Excellent speech, Mr. President.
Absolutely. I'm so
Thank you. Mr. President.
Best ever.
Thank you.
Best ever.
He's the president. Oh, thanks. Thank you.
Where you going, man?
One of the best. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you for honoring those veterans.
Luger.
Good.
I think you should take the rest of the day off.
I think we have to. We're going to have to. Thank you.
All right, guys.
You killed it.
Thank you, Virginia.
Thank you. It was amazing. It really was. Home run. Really a grand slam.
President Trump is wrapping up his first State of the Union in his second address. We're going to let it play out here and listen in and see if we can hear anything as the president files out of the House chamber.
Thank you, Bob. I like that time.
amazing.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Mr. President, outstanding speech, sir.
Mr. President.
Here you will. He's getting them all. He's good.
Thanks for mentioning that.
He did good. They love the insider trading stuff.
Great guy. How's he doing? He's a youngster.
He fell asleep a couple times.
You did amazing. You really did.
Great speech. Proud of you.
Great job, Mr. President. Thanks for your leadership. Mr. President, well done. God bless you. God bless you, sir.
Thank you, fellas.
No best speech yet.
Fantastic.
That's a big statement coming from you guys.
Incredible. Great job. Great job.
Yes, sir.
Love the finish.
I'm the ambassador. Home run here.
Great job.
Thanks, great job. Thank you, everybody. Great job. Great speech. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
That was the best speech.
No, thank you very much. Really, the best ever? That's a nice coming from you. That's a big statement.
It's also the
There he
longest.
is. Great job,
Also the longest. President.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Thank you very much.
Still need to talk to you.
Congratulations, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President. That's great. Great.
Well, there you have it. The President of the United States filing out of the Capitol, getting a lot of praise there from sitting members of Congress. Well, that was a barn burner. I think he may have broken the record. Bill Clinton previously holding that. Well, Billy, we'll start with you. What stood out to you most tonight in the President's State of the Union address?
He did a great job at encapsulating a lot of the wins over the last year, and there's a lot of them, so it'd be hard to capture all of that in a speech, but I think he covered all of the right categories of issues that are really going to impact people, especially the economy, energy, education, those kinds of things. And while there's obviously going to be disagreement on politics, there were moments of tremendous unity in there, and it's typically when he was talking about the Olympians, war heroes, to give out the highest military honors possible, and also to give out the highest civilian honor possible, I thought was beautiful, but also highlighting the victims of illegal immigrants and the victims of political violence. Nobody believes that illegal immigrants should be committing acts of violence in our country, that they should go. Even the left is agreeing to that. And political violence has no place in our country. So I saw moments where I really felt like there was good unity. Even amongst us at the table, we disagree on a lot of the issues, but there were moments where we all felt like we were kind of arm in arm. And that's very difficult to do, especially in today's political climate. I think he did an excellent job with it.
And just for our viewers, just let everybody know that the rebuttal, the Democratic rebuttal, will be coming up shortly, probably within about 5 minutes. Joining us here at the table, we're happy to have A. Scott Bolden joining us.
Glad to be here.
It's great to have you. Scott, what were your thoughts tonight? Were there moments of unity that you think the Democratic Party can...
I agree with my colleague, but I also believe that there was a lot of hypocrisy and misdirection.
So I like when you give the Medal of Freedom Award away, congressional, the presidential awards, and the heroes and what have you. But that speech was full of that, almost, and the awards, almost to the distraction of the real issues facing this country. For example, he talked about tariffs, but he didn't talk about the pain that is in the economy because of the tariffs and because of the impact, negative impact on farmers. He talked about ICE, but he didn't talk about how ICE could be better and better trained. And he didn't say one word about the 2 American civilians that were killed on the streets of Minnesota, and then the economy itself. Because no matter how many statistics you throw up, people aren't feeling the impact of this, quote, great economy, whether you look at the stock market or not. In that regard, he ignores the reality of the pain caused on Americans. Democrats got a lot of experience with this with Biden, because Biden didn't ignore it. He just kept giving us statistics, and people kept saying we're not feeling the impact of this economy. So I think the speech is more about what wasn't said and the lack of empathy for what people are suffering through right now versus what was said, and the overflow of awards and individual anecdotes about the struggles and the successes of many of these Americans, deservedly so. But I think the speech was high on that, more so than necessary.
Sounds like we might have had our own preview of the Democrat rebuttal right here. Congressman,
well,
very
I can
quickly.
give it to you right now if you want.
We do know that rebuttal's happening in about 2 minutes. Right. So, Congressman, very quickly, your thoughts on the speech, having been in the
kind of agree
before.
with Scott. There wasn't a whole lot new. President Trump is the most accessible president in modern history in terms of he gives press conferences and briefings and gaggles and speeches. And you feel like you have heard all of this before. So I don't think there was a whole lot new. If you like what he's been doing and what he's been saying, you probably like the speech. For those who don't like what he's doing and don't like what he's been saying, nothing new there. They don't like it tonight either. It was heavy on symbolism. It was heavy on emotion, and it was sentimentality in terms of people who've been harmed and who've struggled, who've suffered for our country or endured for our country. So I don't think there was a whole lot new, and I don't think it probably moved people from one side or the other based on tonight.
And Madeline, there was that one brief moment when he's talking about no tax on or insider trading, and then he was a bit surprised that a bunch of Democrats also stood up. What do you make of that moment?
Yes, and they also stood up for the no political violence. I'm so glad. I'm so happy that they did the right thing. And perhaps the folks that would have sat down were the ones that stayed home. And the ones that were here were the ones that were willing to have the conversation. Because I'm really glad that you brought up swaying people from one side, because actually politics constantly is trying to sway people from one side to the other. Democrats lost the past election because they thought that if a person even considered voting for Trump, that they were lost to us, that there wasn't any getting them. And if they would have targeted the independent and swing voters, we could have won. And so I think I agree, this speech didn't move anybody one direction or another. As a lawyer.
We're going to have to stop you right here, only because we're going to tune into the Democratic rebuttal, Governor Spanberger of Virginia.
We are gathered here in the chambers of the House of Burgesses. In 1705, the people of the Virginia colony gathered here to take on the extraordinary task of governing themselves. Before there was a Declaration of Independence, a Constitution, or a Bill of Rights, there were people in this room. The people who served here ultimately dreamed of what a new nation, unlike anything the world had ever seen, could be. The United States was founded on the idea that ordinary people could reject the unacceptable excesses of poor leadership, band together to demand better of their government, and create a nation that would be an example for the world. And this year, as we celebrate 250 years since America declared our independence from tyranny, I can think of no better place to speak to you as we reflect on the current state of our union. Tonight, as we watched our nation's lawmakers gather for a joint session of Congress, we did not hear the truth from our president. So let's speak plainly and honestly, and let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad? Is the president working for you? As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of Virginia, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed by the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the president celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping health care from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable. And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business, or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So I'll ask again, is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse, and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent, working money laundering and narcotics cases. I worked side by side with local and state police to keep our community safe and to uphold and enforce the law. Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community. And yet, our president has sent poorly trained federal agents into our cities, where they have arrested and detained American citizens and people who aspire to be Americans. And they have done it without a warrant. They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies. They have sent children, a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children to far-off detention centers, and they have killed American citizens in our streets. And they have done it all with their faces masked from accountability. Every minute spent sowing fear is a minute not spent investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals defrauding seniors of their life savings. Our president told us tonight that we are safer because these agents arrest mothers and detain children. Think about that. Our broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities. After working in law enforcement, I continued my career of service as a CIA officer, working undercover to protect the United States and our allies from global threats, terrorism, nuclear weapons, and the aggression of adversarial nations around the globe. But as the president spoke of his perceived successes tonight, he continues to cede economic power and technological strength to Russia, bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran. Here's the truth. Over the last year, through DOGE, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's most serious positions, our president has endangered the long and storied history of the United States of America being a force for good. So I'll ask again, is the president working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? We all know the answer is no. In his speech tonight, the president did what he always does. He lied, he scapegoated, and he distracted. And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges, so many of which he is actively making worse. He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And sometimes he succeeds. And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list of laws he's pushed through this Republican Congress? Somebody must be benefiting. He's enriching himself, his family, his friends. The scale of the corruption is unprecedented. There's the cover-up of the Epstein files, the crypto scams, cozying up to foreign princes for airplanes and billionaires for ballrooms, putting his name and face on buildings all over our nation's capital. This is not what our founders envisioned, not by a long shot. So I'll ask again, is the president working for you? We all know the answer is no. But here's the special thing about America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who once dreamed right here in this room, reject the unacceptable and demand more of their government. We see it in the determination of students organizing school walkouts all across the country, whose voices are becoming so powerful that the governor of Texas seeks to silence them. We see it in the bravery of Americans in Minnesota standing up for their communities, from peacefully protesting in sub-zero temperatures to carpooling children to school so that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot. As a mother of 3 school-aged daughters, I am inspired by their bravery, but I am sickened that it is necessary. And Americans across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box to reject this chaos. With their votes, they are writing a new story, a more hopeful story. In November, I won my election by 15 points. And we won 13 new seats in our state legislature. Because voters decided they wanted something different. Our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between, because they knew as citizens they could demand more, that they could vote for what they believe matters, and that they didn't need to be constrained by a party or political affiliation. This is happening across the country. New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory. Democrats flipped state legislative seats in places like Georgia, Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run in the spirit of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know this story well. I first ran for office in 2018 alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping 41 seats in Congress. In my case, I was the first Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November, Because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more, and that we are working to lower costs. We are working to keep our communities and our country safe, and we are working for you. In his farewell address, George Washington warned us about the possibility of, quote, cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men rising to power. But he also encouraged us, all Americans, to unite in a common cause, to move this nation forward. That is our charge once more, and that is what we are seeing across the country. It is deeply American and patriotic to do so, and it is how we ensure that the state of our union remains strong, not just this year, but for the next 250 years as well, because we, the people, have the power to make change, the power to stand up for what is right, the power to demand more of our nation. May God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless the United States of America.
So there you have the governor of Virginia, Abigail Spanberger, giving the Democrat rebuttal to the State of the Union address. Clearly, her message right off the top about affordability, no surprise. She accused the president of driving up energy and housing. President Trump, however, in his State of the Union, was talking about lowering inflation and mortgage rates. Let's have a listen.
But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year.
Scott, who's going to win the argument on affordability and who's best suited to handle it?
Well, I certainly think the Democrats have a stronger message. And if you look at Donald Trump's record, he says affordability is fake news, if you will. There's a choice here Americans have to make: political falsity or political rhetoric, or rather political rhetoric versus political fact. And I think the Democrats are winning because these two Americas that the Republicans view and the Democrats view, they're diametrically opposed to one another. So you go to the polling, and when you look at the polling, Donald Trump is down to in his 20s in regard to independents. He's lost support across the board. And when you ask him who's most likely to do better with the economy for the first time in several years, people have lost faith in Donald Trump because of taxes, because of ICE, because of the overall economy. And while Donald Trump keeps telling us about eggs and gas prices being down, that may be true, it may not be, but there's so many other parts of the economy where real Americans at the table can't feed their families and are suffering. And that's what the polling is showing. And that's what you're going to see in November with the midterms. Because if the Democrats take over the House, maybe the Senate, doubt it, but maybe the Senate, then you're going to see accountability. And Donald Trump and the Republicans are going to have to deal with what's affordable and what isn't. And right now, the Democrats are winning on the messaging. Just look at the polls.
Speaking of the messaging, Congressman, the pain that the American people are feeling with regard to affordability, is that left over from the previous administration's policies? And if it is, are the Republicans doing a good enough job messaging that? And is there even a way to message that?
You know, I think that's a great question following the response from Governor Spanberger, because she voted for and supported all the policies that caused the affordability crisis. Prices on housing, on groceries, utilities, gasoline, energy went up astronomically like almost never before during the 4 years of the Biden administration, and she was all in on that. She had the audacity. She criticized Trump on tariffs, so they were taxes on Americans. She is proposing raising taxes massively in Virginia. They are passing more taxes out of the state legislature that she plans to sign. So she's caused all of this. You notice that she talked about affordability a lot. That was a buzzword she used, but she never said how they were actually going to help deal with the crisis that the Democrats created. The last thing I'll just say is the only people who did better when she was in Congress and when Joe Biden was in the White House were the illegals. And she focused on the illegals for most of her remarks. So they're more concerned about the illegal aliens who they brought into the country, who did better during their 4 years when they had control of Washington, and they want to blame Republicans for it now.
You see, if I may just very quickly, you see the former congressman, he pivoted to the issues that the Republicans love, but he didn't address whether the Republicans can make it more affordable or not. Either they're going to live with Trump's lies or they're going to live with the Democrats' reality. And what she did was she asked the question, most powerful part of her speech was, is Donald Trump working to make your lives more affordable? Is he working really to make you safe? And is he working for you? She answered those questions with facts and stories and definitions that had a resounding no. The Republicans this year, in regard to the midterms, are going to have to answer that question of affordability. If they don't, they're going to lose 20 to 40 seats in the House easily. And you can't just keep giving the rhetoric and the party line. People want to know how you're going to change their life. You got to give them hope, and you got to tell them. Remember, Donald Trump has been in office a year. This is his economy right now. This is no longer Biden's economy. It's not the Democrat economy. It's not the COVID economy anymore. And that's what the Republicans have to deal with.
Billy, I see you chomping at the bit there.
I agree. It is his economy. That's why the GDP is up. Gross domestic income is up, consumer spending is up, inflation is down, mortgages are going down, and even rents are going down. Not enough. It's been 1 year. But are the policies working? We're seeing it trend in the right direction. But again, I mentioned this before. You cannot have a stable economy with an open border and broken trade relationships.
You don't have an open border anymore.
Exactly. And while he was resolving those issues, the one big beautiful bill got passed, and we're in tax season. People are seeing 11% higher tax returns because they've got a doubling of the standard deduction. You've got the child tax credit. You've got seniors having a $6,000 tax credit. Governor Spanberger's speech, I found it interesting because can anyone tell me one policy idea she advanced? Was there one idea? There was a lot of complaining. She talked about her resume a lot. She's very impressed with herself. And she talked about where Democrats have won local elections. But I didn't hear one thing. She talked about student walkouts. There's a big controversy about that because parents aren't consulted about their kids going and doing political riots. And some of these got violent. Some of these kids are put in harm's way. They're on streets. They're standing in front of cars. That was a huge parental rights issue. I don't know if she understands that. And I'm a resident in Virginia. There's at least 50 new taxes that have been proposed. They're focused on banning gas-powered blowers and banning, AR-15s. Those aren't economic issues. Those aren't kitchen table issues. That's not going to make health care cheaper. And when people are polled, we did a poll on housing, and when people are asked who's responsible for the escalating cost of housing because of red tape and permits and those kinds of things, they blame local officials. They don't blame Washington for that. And look at the difference between the Palisades fire and the rebuilding there. If billionaires can't get permits and licensing to get their houses rebuilt, I guarantee the poor aren't either. And a lot of people lost their homes there. But then you look in Texas, hurricane wiped out a lot of homes. Most of it's rebuilt. They're a massively different situation economically, and those houses are built. People have a binary here between an America First agenda and I don't know what the other agenda is. She didn't state one.
They know they're not happy with America's agenda because when you poll them, this is Trump's economy. And you see, I listened to my colleague, but the affordability issue, they can't define affordability or what their game plan is. This is a response to the president's speech. The Republicans control all three houses. I've never seen a group of Republicans run further, faster away from their own economy and their own leadership.
We're going to have plenty of more discussion here at the table. There's a lot more to break down, a lot more to unpack. Meantime, standing by for us at the Capitol right now and joining us live is Congressman Marlin Stutzman of Indiana, who also serves on the Committee on Financial Services. Congressman, great to have you with us. So, what was your takeaway? What was the atmosphere like there in the building? Talk to us about what you thought stood out the most to you.
Yeah, Steve, great to be with you. I tell you, it was electric in the chamber tonight. I think it was one of President Trump's best speeches that he's ever given. His wrap up there at the end about America and our 250th anniversary was just, tugged at your heart. Whether it's the hockey team coming in that wins the gold medal at the Olympics, whether it's the Congressional Medals of Honor, the Purple Heart, President Trump recognized American greatness tonight. And, to your Democrat guest there, I will claim this economy. I will claim what the president has done and what Republicans have done. to get this country turned around. I mean, I saw for over 4 years in the private sector the cost skyrocketing under the Biden administration, whether it was food prices, labor prices, insurance costs, and you know, turning this massive ship around in the American economy takes a little bit of time, but we're already seeing great success. Gas prices are down, food costs are coming down, and so I think the next 6 months is only going to be getting better and beyond because of President Trump's leadership and Republicans fighting for the American people.
Congressman, you've had a long record of supporting manufacturing and also ridding Washington of wasteful spending. How do you rate the president's effort to eliminate government waste, and do you think there is still more work to be done?
Steve, there's more work to be done. I mean, you know, this started right after he took office last year with the DOGE team, and you know, the work that they did along with Elon Musk and, you know, the great staff that just started going through the federal budget, the spending and the coding and how the system actually worked. It showed the American people how inefficient the system is, and it also showed members of Congress how much waste, fraud, and abuse there is. And as President Trump talked about tonight, the fraud that's going on up in Minnesota, and I'll guarantee you it's even more in California, states like Illinois, is that the amount of fraud and waste that is going on because these people, that they have figured out a way to tap into the federal treasury and take for themselves. And, you know, as my friend Bob Good said there a little bit ago, that the Democrat Party is fighting harder for illegals in this country than they are fighting for the American people. When President Trump just asked a simple question, you know, to stand up if you support American citizens or do you support illegals in this country, I didn't see hardly any Democrats standing in the chamber. And you know what, that's just a simple thing that, you know what, stand with the American people, stand with the people that made this country great, that go to work every day. And so I just believe that greater days are ahead of us, and President Trump has been truly strong in his leadership and very bold in getting this country turned around after 4 very miserable years under President Biden.
And Congressman, we just heard from Virginia Governor Spanberger, who gave the Democrat response to the State of the Union. And throughout her speech, she was, excuse me, hammering away affordability and passing the buck on to the Republicans. As a member of the task force on economic prosperity that you are, what policies do you see the Republicans getting behind to really send the message to the American people that, you know, it is, you know, the Republican Party that's, you know, best equipped to change the trajectory that a lot of Americans are feeling?
Yeah, well, first of all, I would say, Steve, that we have to continue to cut spending, and we have to let our agencies do their job. Every cabinet member has been tasked to clean up their agencies, whether it's from the Department of War all the way through Department of Energy, of course, eliminating Department of Education, letting the states handle education at the state level. But I think one of the pieces that is one of the programs that I'm most excited about that President Trump talked about tonight are the Trump accounts. I mean, this is a great example of visionary leadership that we're going to see one of the greatest transfers of wealth from one generation to future generations through the Trump accounts. And that's done on a volunteer basis, not on a tax and force those, you know, the Democrat mantra is to tax the rich. And they're going to let them decide who they're going to give that money to. The Trump accounts really are brilliant, and they're going to give future generations the nest egg that's going to grow. It could potentially be worth $100,000 by the time they're 18. I think that's the type of leadership and programs that we need, rather than government taking from the American people and decide who they're going to give to. Let the American people, you know, that have made billions of dollars give out of the goodness of their hearts to those that they want to help through the Trump accounts. It's a brilliant move.
Congressman Marlin Stutzman, greatly appreciate you joining us. Thank you.
And bringing it back in studio here, I want to toss to a bit of sound actually, because there was one big moment, if you will. There are a lot of big moments tonight, but one big moment of the U.S. men's hockey team coming in, and there's big chants of USA, USA. I think we have a clip of that, so let's play that very quickly, and then we'll continue on with our panel.
You're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
And the president also announcing that the women's hockey team will soon be coming to the White House. And I want to bring you into the conversation because I don't think you've had a chance to speak yet. So I'll let you react to that. But also, a lot has happened since you came back. So you can also talk about the State of the Union speech and the Democratic rebuttal.
Yes, so as a speechwriter and as a jury consultant, I loved this speech. It was organized exactly how I would say that an attorney should organize in a closing argument. In fact, I give the exact suggestion to use 3 questions because you're figuring them out together, right? You empower them to answer the questions, but you give them the facts they need in order to do so. And you narrow down what their perspective needs to be. You narrow down what the focus is. And actually, I thought it was brilliant that her last question was, is Trump working for you? Because I think it's a direct response to the commercial during the election when they said the Democrats are for they, them. It was directly responding to that and saying that they work for you. I think that was brilliant. I'm so happy because it's taken them so long to get organized and to focus. So they don't have to put forward any policy ideas. They're on defense. Like, they don't have to do that. And if we're worried about her touting her own accomplishments, Trump touts his own accomplishments constantly. Remember when humility was a thing, guys? Like, you don't have to talk about how great I am. That doesn't happen anymore. He's very excited about himself. I think with the parading of the hockey team, it feels good to have pride in your nation. And I'm glad that Abigail Spanberger spoke about not only her service in the CIA, but the fact that she was in the House of Burgesses in Colonial Williamsburg. I think that that's the thing that the Dems need to do more of is have that national pride, because we see the criticism, but we don't see the love. I think if we do that, then we'll be able to win more people back over. But overall, this speech was targeted towards the swing voters, finally targeted towards the swing voters, and I am thrilled about it.
And Congressman, speaking of swing voters, how do you see both of the speeches maybe feeding into what we might see with the midterms?
Well, I think, and this actually goes back to what Scott was asking about, the number one cause of the affordability crisis is spending. And the Republicans have maintained Biden's enhanced COVID-level budget. They've kept it in place. They haven't cut spending. And the president hasn't prioritized it. Congress hasn't prioritized it. They don't even talk about mandatory spending, which is 70% of the budget. That is what's causing the affordability crisis. The president likes to declare emergencies. He should declare a debt emergency. He should declare a debt emergency, and let's take emergency action to tackle the debt. We ought to do Reconciliation 2.0 and ram through the Senate, conservative Republican policies that cut spending. I think that's the key to winning the midterms. I fear they won't go that route. I fear they'll make a deal on Obamacare, which will further exacerbate the affordability crisis. The Democrats caused the high health care crisis, high health costs with Obamacare. Republicans voted against it universally. They shouldn't make a deal to extend the Biden's enhanced COVID subsidies. You subsidize something from the government, it gets more expensive, never fails.
There were a few notable bipartisan moments tonight, one of which there were World War II veterans there that got a really nice ovation. But there was also a moment where the president was talking about insider trading, particularly among members of Congress. Here's a listen.
As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you.
Scott, Senator Warren there, he did give paid homage to his old pal Nancy Pelosi.
As I think the only white-collar criminal defense lawyer on the panel, and I do a lot of this, he's absolutely right about cleaning it up. It will never be cleaned up by the House and the Senate. There's too much information that's going through those offices. It's too attractive of a piece. These congressmen and senators have made a lot of money on it, and it's too easy to hide it through legislative purpose, if you will. I'd be shocked if they passed legislation to do that because what's in the minds of men, if you will, is too attractive to ignore, right? To have your family, or not necessarily you, but your family, invest in stocks based on the information you have. It happens on the Democratic and the Republican side. It'll take a lot of, I think, good fortune to make that legislation work. But it's a populist theme, and it's easy to say it at the State of the Union. And if you want to respond to that, the governor of Virginia didn't really necessarily respond to it because, you know, this isn't something in a response. You're responding to the State of the Union speech. You're not necessarily putting Democratic policies on the table. That speech she gave, if you put some Democratic policies on the table, now you've got a stump speech because you still got to tell the people what you stand for and where you're going to take them. We know bashing Trump, and we know how corrupt and crass and criminal he is or has been accused of being, or we've seen that. But that wasn't enough 2 years ago. It wasn't. You got to give the people hope and that the Democrats are going to lead the country in a better way. If you don't give them that and you just talk bad about Trump, right, that's not a winning strategy.
Billy?
Yeah, I agree. When both sides just say, yeah, we gotta stop this, like, you know, it's really bad. So I'm a little more hopeful. I'm hoping that they do take it up. I think it seems like both sides of the aisle are recognizing that if you want to restore the trust of Americans, especially going into elections, you can't think that the bills they're passing, the information you're getting is personally benefiting them like that. I mean, you know, we've seen the numbers about the kinds of a stock performance some of these portfolios have. It's absurd.
And it's a bipartisan affair.
I was glad to see everybody stand up. I'm a little more hopeful that because of that, somebody's going to put something through and actually see it.
But if you poll that issue with the American voters, it's not in the top 10 list. Many really don't even understand it or appreciate it or know exactly what that ultimately means with their political leaders. And so that's another challenge, is who's going to introduce the legislation and do the political heavy lifting to get it passed. I just don't have a lot of hope.
I would speculate that if you did poll test that question, that's not an 80-20, that's like a 98-2, you know. So
right now, our Washington correspondent is standing by for us at the Capitol as President Trump declaring the state of our union strong in a historic and wide-ranging address, highlighting everything from securing the border, bringing faith back to American life. As we go to our Washington correspondent, Mari Otsu, standing by. Mari, what were some of the highlights and key takeaways that you have from the president's speech?
Hey, Steve. Yeah, that was historically a long speech, clocking in at just under an hour and 48 minutes, beating former President Bill Clinton at an hour and 41 minutes. And a major focus of President Trump's address tonight is his administration's stance on immigration and crime. That's as he's demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. He's also calling on Congress to pass what he will call the Delilah Law, which would bar any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. The president stressing that many illegal immigrants do not speak English and thus cannot read even the most basic road signs. And the so-called Delilah Law is named after the story of Delilah Coleman, who was 5 when she was critically injured in a car crash caused by a trailer driven by an illegal immigrant. Delilah miraculously survived those injuries and was here tonight. Take a look.
Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Meanwhile, President Trump is urging Senate Majority Leader John Thune on the Save America Act ahead of the midterm elections, which calls for voter ID and proof of citizenship to vote. A Pew Research poll from 2025 shows overwhelming bipartisan support for photo ID to vote. According to the poll, 71% of Democrats, 95% of Republicans, and 83% of all Americans agree. President Trump is highlighting this bipartisan support and calling the SAVE Act a, quote, country-saving legislation, and says that it should get passed before anything else happens. Take a look.
Perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. That cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None.
And in terms of other policy, President Trump is calling on Congress to codify his most favored nation drug pricing program into law as he touts reducing prescription drug prices. He also highlights signing an executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying single-family homes and is calling on Congress to make that ban permanent. But on the cultural front, meanwhile, President Trump is paying homage to one of his special guests in the audience, Erica Kirk, widow of assassinated conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Take a look.
That during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
And Steve, I think it would be remiss to not point out a rare moment of bipartisan standing ovation when the Olympic men's hockey team entered the chamber at the top of President Trump's address tonight. Take a look.
And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. the men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much.
And President Trump's announcing that he'll award the Presidential Medal of Freedom to Team USA hockey goalie Connor Hellebuyck. Hellebuyck made 41 saves, many of them spectacular, during the U.S.'s victory over Canada this past weekend. Back to you.
NTD's Mariotu live at the Capitol. Thanks so much, Mari, and bringing the discussion back in studio with our panel. We just heard a lot of different sound bites. It was a long speech, a lot there. Congressman, one thing that we heard about was the president talking about the SAVE Act and Delilah's Law. We saw Delilah, the 5-year-old there who was hit by an illegal immigrant driving a truck, getting a commercial license somewhere. I don't know what state, perhaps California. Do you think that this message, the SAVE Act, Delilah's Law, resonates with the majority of Americans?
I think so. I think it makes sense to most Americans that you ought to be a citizen in order to be able to get a commercial driver's license in this country, that illegal aliens who are here criminally, they came here criminally, they exist in the country criminally, ought not to be on our streets when they don't understand English, they can't read English, they're obviously not, they don't understand our laws or our signage and so forth. But with the SAVE Act, how can anybody be against requiring proof of citizenship when you register to vote and ID when you vote to ensure our elections are safe and secure? The only reason you would be against that is if you wanted to allow illegals, non-citizens to vote, or allow people to cheat elections and say they're somebody who they're not. And Democrats will say, oh, that doesn't happen in this country. Then who cares if you have to show an ID to not do something that you're not doing? But if it's going to prevent, and we know that non-citizens are voting in elections because they're all over the country. There are states where they've got automatic voter registration. You can get a driver's license without being a citizen, for example. And so they're voting in local elections, and what's to prevent them from voting in federal elections?
To the congressman's question, who would be against voter ID?
Yeah, so Democrats are coming out very much in favor of this, of picture ID. My issue is
not on Capitol Hill.
Oh, no, in the real world. We're not talking about them. I'm just kidding. My issue here is with the fact that people believe, and the president continues to perpetuate this lie about illegal immigrants voting in our elections. The Heritage Foundation, one of the arguably the most conservative think tanks in the country, has found that since 1980, only 1,500 cases of voter fraud since 1980. I read all 4 of Brad Raffensperger's audits of the Fulton County election and in the state of Georgia's election. Do you know how many illegal immigrants even tried to vote? 9, and none of them were even counted. So, and there's a difference between registering people to vote and counting it. This is an excuse to engage in the kind of nefarious behavior like President Trump did with Fulton County to try to take all those ballots. And it's horrible.
That wasn't
because
President Trump. A judge saw fit that it was worth looking into a little bit further.
So I can certainly address that because the affidavit came out recently that someone had said that there was a switch in policy where they're supposed to take pictures of the ballots, right? And that had just happened. And actually, I have a friend on the election board who told me about this. They were supposed to take pictures of the ballots. They didn't that day, but they still had 4 audits checking it, and they still had 2 double checks that night. So yes, that procedure and protocol wasn't followed. Just like, yes, I do think we should have voter ID. But the truth of the matter is, I don't like the messaging. I don't like the lie. I don't like the fact that the president gets to come out and say these things that aren't true and then use it as an excuse to demonize immigrants and to get a hold of ballots that he never should have gotten access to.
Well, let me just supplement what my colleague said and just tell you, I'm against the SAVE Act. Call me crazy, Congressman, but I can tell you the basis for it, of this widespread voter fraud, just as borders on the nonsensical based on the statistics my colleague just gave me. Secondly, we also know that the Republicans have no credibility on this issue. If you look at along the red states where Republicans have been in control, their voter reapportionment, voter suppression efforts at the state and local level they've supported, and you couple that with the fact that they won't you couple that with the fact that there is no widespread voter fraud here, then you're right. If that's the case, then who cares about showing ID? No one would care about showing ID under that circumstance, but that's not a credible circumstance. It just doesn't exist. You show me widespread voter fraud, you show me where tens of thousands of illegal immigrants are here voting, and that the Democrats have a program or a plan for folks who are here, who come here to seek asylum, if you will. Those aren't criminals.
Billy, we only have 30 seconds, then we have a lawmaker standing by.
This week, it was released that in 2024, there was 2.1 million Social Security numbers given to illegal aliens who were in the they were applying for asylum, but they had not received it. They were here illegally and applying for asylum. They got Social Security cards. You know what you need in order to vote? A Social Security card. You can go to use that, and a lot of states are giving them driver's licenses too. In some cases, even commercial driver's licenses. It's way out of control. People see it, and that's why they're saying, you know what? If they can get a Social Security card, I bet they can figure out how to vote.
You mean the data that Elon Musk
stole? A lot to talk about here, but right now joining us is Congressman Pat Harrigan from North Carolina. He serves on the House Armed Services Committee and is also a combat veteran with 2 Bronze Stars. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us tonight. What is your reaction to President Trump's State of the Union address? What stood out to you the most tonight?
Hey guys, great to be with you. I thought the president had an incredibly strong speech tonight. I thought he stayed on message, which is incredibly important, particularly as we go into the 2026 midterms. But I think, look, everybody's got their opinion on what really kind of stood out. I think the president laid out the baselines, which is we've got a secure border. We have a growing, very resilient economy, and we have an incredibly strong military. That's a pivot from where we were in the last administration. But I think the one thing that really stood out to me was when he talked about the foreign investment in the United States that he has brought back into the United States. In just 12 months, President Trump has brought $18 trillion worth of foreign investment into the United States, where Joe Biden, across his entire 4 years in office, brought less than $1 trillion back in. I don't think that you could highlight a stat that shows a greater disparity between one administration to another. And I think that's a big reason why our economy is really prepped to roar as we move into the 2026 midterms.
And Congressman, a striking moment tonight, Democrat lawmakers remaining seated as President Trump asked the room to stand up if they agree that the first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. I want to play a bit of that sound very quickly for you.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Congressman, your reaction to that?
I was incredibly disappointed to see that and be in the chamber for that. You know, I actually thought we had some great moments of bipartisanship and just overall Americanism earlier in the speech. And that was a point where things kind of turned. And it was the first of several circumstances where, for very basic questions of what our values are as a country and what our priorities should be as lawmakers, that our Democratic colleagues just sat on their rear ends and couldn't even clap for the most basic principles that should undergird what we do here as lawmakers. So I was disappointed. I wasn't surprised, unfortunately, but I was certainly disappointed.
Well, Congressman Pat Harrigan, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
And that is unfortunately all we have for tonight. I just want to thank all of our guests here. It's been a really spirited and respectful
can't extend the debate
discussion.
For another 15 minutes.
I wish we could.
We'll go in the green room.
That's all we have.
Yeah.
So that's all we have for you tonight. We'll see you all next time. We greatly appreciate everybody joining us.
Thank you for joining our NTD special, and from all of us at NTD, have a wonderful night.